charged. We've got a 5-boat lineup to look forward to here. Romania in lane 1, Germany 2 in lane 2, Canada 1 in lane 3, Great Britain in 4 and the Czech Republic in lane 5.
Nur noch 5 Minuten bis zum Start des Frauen-Zweierone. Wir haben 5 Boote am Start. Rumänien, Deutschland 2, Kanada 1, Großbritannien und die Tschechische Republik. Also nicht mehr lange und dann geht es endlich los mit dem Weltcup 2022 hier in Luzern auf dem Rotsee.
The first race, moments from getting underway. It's the first heat of the women's pair. Lining up in lane 1 for Romania, Ioana Vrânceanu and Denisa Silvescu. Lane 2 for Germany 2, Lena Sarasa and Hannah Rafe. Lane 3 for Canada 1, Maya Mechkulet and Leah Till. Great Britain in lane 4, Emily Ford and Esme Booth. And completing the field for the Czech Republic in lane 5, Radka Novotnikova and Pavlina Flamikova.
Nur noch 10 Sekunden bis zum Start im ersten Vorlauf des Frauen-Zweierone. Wir haben 5 Boote am Start. Rumänien auf der Bahn 1, auf der Bahn 2, Deutschland 2, auf der Bahn 3, Kanada, auf der Bahn 4, Großbritannien und auf der Bahn 5 die Tschechische Republik.
Well, just as we finish that lane call, we're underway with the first race of the 2022 World Rowing Cup 3 here in Lucerne, and a very warm welcome to all of our friends and family joining in from all around the world to track this race all through the day and through the weekend live on the worldrowing.com live tracker. First race is getting started and is pretty even out of the blocks as you'd expect. Tough to choose the early leader, but the highest rating out there, we've got the Canadians still up at 50. GB striding down to 41. They're taking perhaps a foot or two out at the front. And let's see how they get on through this first 200 metres. Great Britain leading now ahead of Canada, and then pretty much level the rest of the field between Germany 2, Romania and the Czech Republic. All of these boats now starting to stride down. Great Britain won, of course, the gold medal in the first World Cup of the season in Belgrade. Ford and Booth had a great showing there, so they'll be looking to equal that performance through this week's competition. Perhaps favourites in this first heat for one of the two places into the A final. Certainly a great combination from GB. They'll be looking to see how they can keep that boat speed up. They're starting to establish at least a half-length lead now ahead of Canada, currently riding in second.
Ja, die Boote nähern sich der 500-Meter-Marke und es sind die Favoritinnen aus Großbritannien, welche dieses Rennen hier anführen. Ford und Booth haben den ersten Weltcup in Belgrad gewonnen und zeigen jetzt auch hier, dass sie Ambitionen haben, diese Leistung zu bestätigen. Sie haben etwa eine Länge mittlerweile Vorsprung auf das Verfolgungsteam aus der Tschechischen Republik. Auch nicht weit dahinter ist das Boot aus Kanada. Eine ganz junge Crew, welche hier nun am Start ist.
Coming through 500, we can see GB established a firm lead here, so they're at least half a length, nearly 3/4 of a length up on now the Czech Republic, who are making their presence felt. They were 7th place in Belgrade at the first World Cup, but made the A final, placing 5th in Poznan. So this combination starting to really find speed as the World Cup series progresses into this summer, but now starting to really build a pace. Here come the Romanians. We saw them make the A final at the Olympic Games in Tokyo last year when they were racing in the 8, and I was just wondering when they were going to start to find their pace into this race. As I said at the beginning of today's program, my name's Peter Hanlon. I'm joined up here in the tower by Michael Schmidt, and then we've got our all-star commentary team out there on the side of the lake to bring us the latest action. We've got Timon Vernas and Camilla Hadland-Horrocks at the 1,000 and Tim von Vliet at 1,500. Now, Camilla, they're coming up through 800 here and into sight of you, and I think the Romanians are starting to find their pace. Could put the pressure on the Brits and the Czechs.
They absolutely could, and this is the first time we've seen the Romanians contest at the World Cups as a group, as a set of athletes, and we always expect strong performances from them on the women's sweep side. As you say, this pairing out of that women's 8 that did so well at the Tokyo Games to make the A final, but now in the smaller boat, a much more challenging pair, and they're up at 38 strokes a minute over in lane number 1, being much underrated by the British pairing, Booth and Ford, that sit at 35 strokes a minute, and despite them closing the gap towards the British, they're now almost half a length down. They've managed to close a bit of deficit there. Booth and Ford just looking that little bit more comfortable under rating. We also can't write off the Czech Republic, Novotnikova and Flamikova in lane number 5. Now, to race all 3 World Cups of the season, no mean feat, and certainly, you know, they'll have found their rhythm by this point at Lucerne. But the leading order through the 1,000, Great Britain, Romania and Czech Republic.
Das tschechische Boot auf 3. Position momentan versucht etwas zu beschleunigen. Sie mit einer Länge Rückstand auf das führende Boot aus Großbritannien und die Rumänen auf der 2. Position dahinter. Sie hatten Schwierigkeiten mit der Anreise nach Lucerne. Der Flug wurde abgesagt, sind gestern mit deutlicher Verspätung erst angekommen, aber sie sind nun definitiv in diesem Rennen angekommen. Weiter zur 1,500-Meter-Marke, wo Tim steht.
Well, 2 spots through to the A final here, and they're powering towards Tim von Vliet at the 1,500-meter markers. Are the Romanians trying to get onto terms with Great Britain, Tim, or are they trying to push away from the Czech Republic for that second spot?
Well, Camilla, thank you. I think the Romanians are trying to make a move to get past the pair from GB. They have been consistently overrating the pair of Ford and Booth, but the Romanians now making a push in the closing stages of the third 500 meters now to get level with Great Britain. It's well, it's almost stroke for stroke. I think the charge is with the Romanian pair now. They were, of course, European champions in 2021, and they've just taken the lead with 500 meters to go. But it's waiting for a response from the pair from GB, which will be coming soon, I reckon, because Ford and Booth look ominous. Now in second position, but good for a place in the A final, with the Czech Republic in hot pursuit and the Canadians as well battling it out for third and fourth position. But a great race developing, and coming to you, Peter, at the finish.
Thanks, Tim. Absolutely right. The Romanians have really found their pace. They were fourth through the 500, but I'd have had them perhaps fifth or sixth in the early stages. So a slow start for the Romanians, but they've really built into this pace. They've been racing. We usually see them in the women's 8 for Romania. So this pairing combination of Rinceanu and Tilvescu is certainly showing some form here, coming up towards the last 200 metres to go. They've moved up through Great Britain. They've lifted the rating up over 40 strokes a minute now and really pounding it out at the front. So they'll be a boat to watch as competition progresses. I think it's pretty clear, though, that Romania and GB will take the 2 places into the A final from this heat. And then, of course, the competition's hot in the next heat coming up. But the sprint's on. Romania now lead by a length.
Es werden 2 Plätze für das Halbfinale hier vergeben, für das A-Finale, entschuldigen Sie mich. Und die beiden Plätze werden an Großbritannien und Rumänien gehen, welche sich in diesen Augenblicken der Ziellinie nähern. Das führende Boot, die Rumänen, fahren wie gewohnt auch im Achter mit einer sehr hohen Schlagzahl. 40 Schläge pro Minute gehen sie hier die Strecke runter und haben die Britinnen hinter sich gelassen.
Coming up towards the last 30 or 40 metres, then Romania certain for the win. A great performance from Ioana Vinceanu and Denisa Tilvescu, who are leading Great Britain by just over a length across the line. Esme Booth and Emily Ford, fantastic performance from them. Those 2 boats progress through to the A final. We'll see the rest again in the repechage, but a little tussle going on for 3rd and 4th place here, as we see over on the far side, the Czech Republic just trying to cling on to 3rd place. As they cross the line, it's a canvas in it ahead of Canada for 4th, and then coming in for 5th, we have Germany 2. The second heat for the women's pair is already well underway. Same progression system. First 2 through to the A final. We've got Mexico's Lilian Armenta Ayub and Maite Arrilaga Garay in lane 1. Ivana and Josipa Jurkovic for Croatia in lane 2. Alyssa Mayer and Melanie Goldner of Germany 1 in lane 3. Grace Prendergast and Kerry Williams for New Zealand in lane 4. And then we were due to have the Aussies in lane 5, but sadly they've had to withdraw for medical reasons.
Der zweite Vorlauf ist bereits gestartet und nähert sich der 1000-Meter-Marke. Wir haben Mexiko, Kroatien, Deutschland 1 und Neuseeland am Start.
Well, they're approaching Camilla at the 1000. Now, Camilla, shame not to see the Aussies here. This would have made it a really tight competition in this heat.
Yeah, a real shame not to see the Aussies here, and I feel like this competition has been plagued with a few illnesses, so it would have been a great matchup between them and their Antipodean counterparts, New Zealand, who lead the way at the moment back into this Olympic winning combination. Grace Prendergast and Kerry Williams have just managed to clip themselves clear water ahead of the Jurkovic twins of Croatia. No one touching these two out in front. Germany, the nearest contenders, back in 3rd, but it's very comfortable here for the Olympic champions from New Zealand, Prendergast and Williams.
Alisa Meyer vom Ruderclub Tegel und Melanie Göllner vom Ruderclub Potsdam. Sie derzeit auf der 3. Position, versuchen nochmal an den 2. Platz heranzukommen. Aber das sind 2 ganz große Namen im Rudersport mit den Geschwistern Jurkovic, die Weltbestzeit Halterin und World Cup-Winnerin im letzten Jahr. Werden sie es nochmal schaffen? Die letzten 500 Meter stehen an.
Well, the under-23 European and under-23 world champions currently sit in 2nd from Croatia, but they're no match for the Olympic champions here, Tim.
You're right, Camilla. They're in a class of their own. They just rode away in the first kilometer, and now they're sitting very pretty on a healthy margin in front of the pair from Croatia, who are overrating the New Zealanders quite a bit, but New Zealand sitting comfortable at 33 strokes a minute, and they are really relishing the tailwind conditions here at the Rothsee. Look very comfortable. Small look there to her right from Carrie Williams there in the stroke seat, but she knows she has a comfortable margin of 2 lengths of clear water as they pass in front of my commentary position at the 1500. Then it's Croatia unchanged since the 1,000-meter mark, and behind the Croatians it's another 2 lengths of clear water before we see the pair from Germany, followed closely by the pair from Mexico on the far side of the lake. But already almost at the Red Buoy area, Pete, they're coming towards you. It's the Olympic champions. How do they look from your position?
Fantastic. Over on the far side of the course, they could well beat the train if we see it coming along here, because they've just got such great boat speed. Consistently the fastest boat on the water, as you'd expect. They're out in front, but much underrating the rest of the field. And that just shows the calibre of Prendergast and Williams here. Absolutely stomping through the field. So they're certain for a place through to the A final. I think we expected that right from the get-go. But the question's going to be, how will they stack up compared to the Romanians and the Brits that we saw take the other 2 places from these heats directly into that A final. Competition's hot though for that second place. Croatia's Jurkovic sisters Ivana and Josipa doing their best to hold on to it ahead of Germany.
Auch hier sind wieder 2 Plätze für das A-Finale zu vergeben und Neuseeland wird definitiv den ersten Platz einnehmen. Die beiden, Prendergast und Williams, fahren das erste Mal dieser Saison zusammen. Sie konnten dieses Jahr nicht so viel trainieren. Grace Prendergast war in Cambridge am Studieren und konnte somit nicht mit ihrer gewohnten Zweierpartnerin oft trainieren, aber dafür hat sie das Boat Race gewonnen in diesem Frühjahr.
Here we have Grace Prendergast and Kerry Williams for New Zealand taking the win in this second heat of the women's pair, progressing directly through to the A final, and then I'd call that 4 or 5 lengths of clear water ahead of Ivana and Josipa Jurkovic for Croatia. They take the second place through to the A final. And then it's 2.5 lengths back to Germany taking third, and then a length and a bit of clear water to Mexico. Third and fourth, Germany and Mexico will go through to the repechage. Moving on now, we move from the women's pair to the men's pair. Heat number 1, we've got 6 boats lined up here. We've got Matthias Foyner V and Erling Ojaseta for Norway in lane 1. Povilas Stankunas and Mantas Juskevicius of Lithuania in 2. Otsuka Yoshihiro and Arakawa Ryuta for Japan in lane 3. Marius Kosmiuc and Sergiu Bejan for Romania in lane 4. Giovanni Abagnale and Alfonso Scalzone for Italy in lane 5. And Jake Green and Luke Defan for South Africa in lane 6.
Das nächste Rennen ist bereits gestartet. Es ist der Männer-Zweierrunde. Der erste Vorlauf. Wir haben Norwegen auf Bahn 1, Litauen auf Bahn 2, Japan auf Bahn 3, Rumänien auf Bahn 4, Italien auf Bahn 5 und Südafrika auf Bahn 6.
Coming up towards the 1,000, Camilla, Romania out in front. They're a strong combination, these two.
Yeah, they really are. Marius Kosmic in the bow seat, the Olympic silver medalist from Tokyo, joined by new partner Sergiu Bejan in the stroke seat. And they've only got half a length at the moment ahead of this new Japanese combination. Ryuta Arakawa in the stroke seat was the single sculler for Japan at the home games and has been going from strength to strength, and great to see them out leading the Italians, who also has Olympic pedigree on board in the shape of Giovanni Abagnale in the bow seat. They're clinging on to overlap in third spot at the moment, but with only one crew through to the AB semi-finals at the moment, it's hard to see past Romania.
Ja, wie Camilla es schon sagte, nur ein Boot wird sich hier direkt für das Halbfinale qualifizieren. Momentan in Führung Marius Kosmiuc und Sergio Bejan aus Rumänien. Marius, der auch am Basel letztes Jahr gestartet ist. Er kennt sich also aus hier in der Schweiz und fühlt sich offensichtlich wohl, führt diesen ersten Vorlauf des Männer-Zweirones an.
Well, it's great to see some great racing here up at the front of the field between Romania, Japan and Italy. And as the fighter jets go overhead, Tim, it's quite an atmosphere here in Lucerne.
Yeah, it's great, Camilla. The atmosphere is brilliant. We have the beautiful Rothsay Lake here, which is the perfect theatre for this event. And we can see the crews now coming towards the 1500 meter mark, and the Romanians do look very strong, very consistent, up in the high rate, 40 strokes a minute with 500 meters left to go. Going with them is the crew from Japan, who are having a great race here, just trailing the Romanians by a length. But the Romanian crew, that new combination from Tokyo Olympians, making their mark here, and they've broken clear with 500 meters to go, followed by the crew from Japan. Then it's Italy, then it's the crew from South Africa, right under my commentary position in fourth position. And from my point of view, on the far side, a great battle there between Norway and Lithuania as they come towards the finish line. But that new combination, Pete, from Romania, they do look very strong out in front.
Yeah, it's great this. They're up at 40 already. The Italians at 41. They've had quite a high rating throughout, but that's seen them move up from 5th at the 500, 3rd at the 1,000, 3rd at the 1,500, now riding in, still in 3rd, but moving up on to Japan. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens through this last 250 metres. Only one goes through to the AB semi-final, so really tough progression system in these men's pair heats.
Nur noch 250 Meter bis ins Ziel im ersten Vorlauf des Männer-Zweierones, und es ist Rumänien, welche hier dieses Rennen anführen, unter anderem mit Marius Kosmiuc. Der Silbermedaillengewinner von Tokio hat hier nun einen neuen Partner, und auch dieses Boot geht ganz schnell. Sie führen momentan mit etwas mehr als einer Länge Vorsprung auf Japan, welche aber hart bedrängt werden von Italien.
Last 50 or so metres, Romania almost certain to go through here. Marius Kosmiuc, the European champion in the men's pair from 2020, now joined here by Sergiu Bejan. And they've got a great lead. It's a length and a half up on Japan. Japan doing their best to fight off this challenge from Italy, but I think the positions to progress through are clear-cut as we see Romania across the line just over a length up on Japan, who takes second. Third, a length behind them are Italy, and then 2 and a bit lengths back to South Africa, another 2 lengths back to Lithuania, and then another length back to 6th place Norway. So Romania progressed through to the AB semi-final, the rest to the repechage. Racing coming through thick and fast. The next heat is already at 800 metres in. We've got Brazil, Serbia, Japan, Switzerland and Spain. Now Serbia's Martin Maskovic and Milos Vasic currently out in front. They've had a good start here, but let's catch up with Camilla and Timon at the 1,000 to see who's putting pressure on.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. And a bit of a grudge match here, actually, coming back to fruition, because it was the Spanish that snatched away that silver medal on home water for Serbia at World Cup 1. They're facing each other once again here in the second heat. But Serbia just looking like the more well-drilled combination here. Vasic and Makovic just had such a sensational Olympiad last year and just fell shy of the podium in Tokyo. And the Spanish pairing nearest to them, they're about a quarter length of clear water back in second place, but with one crew to progress through to the AB semi-final. They've got a lot of work to do here at halfway.
Ja, liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer, packt eure Kuhglocken aus, denn das erste Schweizer Boot ist heute Morgen am Start. Maurin Lange und Jona Plock, der Luzerner am Schlag und Jona Plock vom Ruderclub Rapperswil. Jona, Sie waren 10. in Belgrad, 5. in Poznan und wohin die Reise noch führt, das gilt es jetzt zu beobachten. Sie sind momentan auf dem 3. Platz mit einiges an Rückstand auf das führende Boot, welches sich direkt für den Halbfinal qualifizieren wird in diesem Männer-2-Rohne-Halbfinal. Also viel Lärm notwendig, feuert diese erste Schweizer Crew am heutigen Morgen an.
Well, it's Serbia in that golden ticket spot at the moment through to the AB semi-finals. The rest will progress to the repechage. It's then the Spanish that sit in second. But home interest here, and I'm sure we'll hear the cowbells soon for Switzerland that sit in third place, Tim.
Yeah, Camilla, I think I can hear some cowbells in the distance, but out in front it is still Makovic and Vasic from Serbia who have really done the damage in the third 500 meters. They strode away and have a length of several clear waters over second place. Crew from Spain here, closest to my commentary position. And with that, I think this race is done and dusted. Serbia going straight through to the AB semi-final. The rest of the crews will have to contend the repechage. But great race from the home crew too. We see the combination of Lange and Plock from Switzerland. They're in third position and they look to improve on their 5th place finish in Poznan just a couple of weeks ago. And then we can see another crew from Japan. And on the far side we have the crew from Brazil racing too here. But Pete, that crew from Serbia, they look set for a place in the AB semi-finals. But have they extended their lead in the last 250 meters, or have they taken their foot off the gas in the closing stages?
A really good question, Tim. They're at 37 at the moment, and well, we know that they've been leading throughout. We saw them at the Belgrade World Cup. We've heard that they got a bronze medal there, but since before that, we've barely seen them. We saw them take 5th at the Olympic Games, and their last podium prior to that was in 2021 at the second World Cup, where they were on the top of the podium. So we know we can expect big things from this Serbian combination, coached by Nikola Stojic. And I think they'll certainly be one to watch as competition hots up, because they're leading by a country mile here and still ramping up for a finishing sprint.
Ja, es führen in diesem zweiten Vorlauf im Männer-2-Rohne die Serben, welche in Tokio sich auf dem 5. Platz klassiert haben. Sie zeigen hier eine ganz dominante Leistung. Es sind noch wenige Meter bis ins Ziel und dann werden sie als Erste diesen Vorlauf gewinnen und sich direkt für das Halbfinale qualifizieren. Dahinter dann die Spanier und auch die Schweizer Jona Plock und Maurin Lange. Sie sind etwa eine Länge hinter den Spaniern, den Olympia-Finalisten vom letzten Jahr, momentan unterwegs, versuchen hier auf den letzten Schlägen nochmals etwas heranzufahren, aber werden nun auf den 3. Platz über die Ziellinie fahren.
Spain takes second place there. They eased right off the pace into the last 100, dropping the rating down to 26, 27. They took second ahead of Switzerland, third then Japan, and coming in fourth then Japan, and then coming in for 5th place we have Brazil. So we know that Serbia progressed through to the AB semi-final. We'll see the rest in the repechage. The third heat of the men's pair now underway. We've got a 5-boat lineup here. Harry Glenister and Josh Bogaski for Great Britain in lane 1. Matt McDonald and Thomas McIntosh for New Zealand in 2. Mark Hinrichs and Tom Tevez for Germany in lane 3. Laurentis Lippmann and Menno Bezema for the Netherlands in 4, and Henry Tor and James Mitchell for South Africa in lane 5.
Der dritte Vorlauf im Männer-Zweierone ist gestartet. Wir haben Großbritannien, das zweite Boot auf Bahn 1, Neuseeland, das erste auf Bahn 2, Deutschland auf Bahn 3, die Niederlande, das erste Boot auf Bahn 4, Südafrika auf Bahn 5.
300 metres in, New Zealand trying to take this race by the scruff of the neck. GB not letting them get away. Both boats at 41 strokes a minute going through 300 metres. And there's a canvas separating them for 1 and 2. Of course, being the third of these heats, it's the same progression system, only one boat through to the AB semi-final. So we're going to be watching closely that dividing line. And the lead is narrowing. Both boats at 40, and it's down to half a canvas between New Zealand and Great Britain. Really nothing separating them coming towards 500. So we'll see how the split turns out here. It's then a length back to Germany, currently riding in third, and then level South Africa and the Netherlands for fourth and fifth.
Es sind die beiden Boote auf den Innenbahnen Großbritannien und Neuseeland, welche hier dieses Feld anführen. Leichte Vorteile für Neuseeland, aber das ist wirklich ganz, ganz knapp. Die beiden Olympiasieger vom Achter, McDonald und McIntosh, führen also ganz knapp bei 500 Meter, aber die Briten lassen nicht locker. Sie haben momentan beide die gleichen Schlagzahl, die beiden Boote, und fahren mit jetzt bei 750 Meter bald vorbei.
Well, you could see that through the 500, only 200ths of a second separated them. Great Britain have now taken the lead, 750 metres in, both boats at 39 strokes a minute. We've seen this before, though. The Kiwis have a very, very fast third 500, so we'll see how this pans out as they come towards 800 metres in. It could be a tight one here, Camilla, in the third heat of the men's pair. Nothing separating GB and New Zealand.
It really could. All the action going on in lanes 1 and 2 here between Great Britain and New Zealand for that one spot through to the AB semi-finals. And, I mean, if it's this close in the small boats at this point in time, as we get further down the track to the sprinting stages, it's only going to get closer. And the lead just keeps exchanging bow ball for bow ball between McIntosh and McDonald of New Zealand and Glenister and Bagayski of Great Britain. This is the GBR2 pair. They finished down the pack in the A final at the first World Cup, with the GB1 pair taking gold on that occasion that we'll see in the next heat down the course. But it was in fact the other pair that raced New Zealand at Henley Royal Regatta last weekend, where the New Zealanders came out on top. And just as I say that, they're through the halfway marker, and it is McIntosh and McDonald now with that great third 500, like you say, Pete, just starting to come to fruition now as they eke out every centimetre over GBR2 in second place. Further down the pack, well, it's South Africa in third position, Tor and Mitchell, and then Germany and Netherlands at the tail end of the field.
Ja, wir sehen einen packenden Zweikampf hier im dritten Vorlauf des Männer-Zweierone. Zur Erinnerung, nur das Siegerboot qualifiziert sich direkt für das Halbfinale. Ein packender Zweikampf, der, so wie es momentan ausschaut, zugunsten von Neuseeland ausgeht. Zumindest sieht es knapp nach der 1000-Meter-Marke so aus. Sie führen mit circa einer halben Länge Vorsprung jetzt auf das britische Boot. Wie wird sich dieser Zweikampf weiterentwickeln?
Well, they're coming towards that sprinting stage, and the New Zealanders don't have enough breathing room yet over Great Britain to solidify that top spot through to the AB semi-finals. But as it stands at the moment, if they can cling on, Tim, it will see them through.
Yeah, Camilla, it's really bow ball for bow ball with a little over 500 meters left to go. Both these crews from Great Britain and New Zealand going absolutely all out in this heat of the men's pair to take that single spot to the AB semi-finals. Currently, it's still the All Blacks in the lead, but it's just a canvas ahead of Great Britain as they come through the three-quarter marker. It's almost half a length, and I think the New Zealanders, a little crab there from the New Zealand strokeman, but he recovers brilliantly, and it's I think half a length, and a very fast finishing rhythm coming here from South Africa, closest to me. But out in front, it's still New Zealand and GB going for it. That single qualifying spot straight through to the AB semi-final.
Yeah, the race is on. There's a length separating them coming into the last 300 metres. The Kiwis at 40, GB at 40. Boat speeds looking in the favour of the Kiwis here. They're up at five and a bit metres per second, which is fast stuff in pairs racing, and they're pulling away from Great Britain as they come into this finishing sprint. Entering the red boys now, they'll know that they're in this closing stage, so the sprint will really hot up. I wonder if they'll go up over 40, but it's now perhaps a length and a half as we come into the red boys here. The South Africans trying to get back in the action, but they're about a length and a half clear water off the pace.
Ja, Neuseeland und Großbritannien waren lange gleich auf. Jetzt im Schlussspurt zeigen die Neuseeländer, warum sie Olympiasieger geworden sind. Sie führen mittlerweile fast mit einer Bootslänge Vorsprung auf ihre ersten Verfolger aus Großbritannien. Also es sieht nach einem Sieg für Neuseeland aus und direkte Halbfinalqualifikation.
Last 50 metres, the Kiwis are going to hold on to this. They've still got just over a length up on Great Britain into these last few strokes. The South Africans have got right back into the action, overlap with Great Britain, so a really strong finishing sprint from Tor and Mitchell. Last two strokes, and New Zealand's McDonald and McIntosh take the win in this third heat, a length ahead of Great Britain for second, half a length up in the end ahead of South Africa. So McDonald and McIntosh take the win. They go straight through to the AB semi-final. Glenister and Bogaski for Great Britain will lead the way into the repechage, joined by third place South Africa. And then the trailing two boats have eased right off the pace down to the low 20s, 23 strokes a minute for Germany's Hinrichs and Tevez. They'll come in for fourth place. Then the Netherlands, Lippmann and Bezema, will come in for fifth, and we'll see them again in the rep. Heat number 4's already passing the 1,000. We've got Australia, Uruguay, Great Britain, Netherlands and Brazil. So let's jump straight into the action. What's the story of the race so far, Camilla?
Well, the story's been all about this new Australian combination. Alex Hill in the stroke seat, the Olympic champion from the men's four, one of the big names in Australian rowing. Now, I've been joined by Harley Moore in this new sort of duo, but Great Britain hot on their heels. And just as they came through the 1,000, the Great Britain combination of Tom George and Ollie Wynne-Griffith that won gold at the first World Cup in Belgrade just put a bit of a push on to try and close the gap. And I think it seems to be working as they move towards 500 metres to go.
Ja, das schnellste Boot auf dem Wasser derzeit, das britische Boot. Sie versuchen den noch kleinen Rückstand auf das führende australische Boot wegzumachen und nähern sich nun der 1500 Meter Marke. Wir sind gespannt, wie sich dieser Zweikampf noch entwickeln wird.
Well, it certainly puts the pressure on when there's only one direct spot through to the AB semi-finals, and it's putting pressure on Great Britain to make this big move in the third 500, but I think they're just starting to move into the lead, Tim.
Yeah, they just moved into the lead, but they were answered by the crew from Australia, from Hill and Moore. They raised the rate slightly, but had a massive turn of speed as they come towards me. It's a level at the 1500, but I reckon Australia just in front by a nose hair. But GB also now making a move, 38 strokes a minute. The crew's perfectly matched in terms of speed and rating, but I think GB have just retaken the initiative coming towards the finishing line, followed by the crew from the Netherlands, the Uruguayan pair as well in fourth position, and closest to me is the pair from Brazil easing off already, but the battle is out in front for that one qualifying spot, Peter.
Yeah, you called it there, Tim. GB number 1, Ollie Wynne-Griffith, Tom George, now pushing out to the front of the field. They've got nearly a length up on Australia, so it's been a great last couple of 100 metres for them, and it just shows that they've got great pace into the closing stages, something they've been working on and looking pretty good for the win here now, coming to the last 250 metres. Australia at 38, but GB continuing to pull away, so we'll see how this finishing sprint develops.
Ja, die ersten 1500 Meter waren es ganz knapp zwischen Australien und Großbritannien. Jetzt sind es die Briten, welche hier die Führung übernommen haben und mittlerweile mehr als einer Bootslänge das Feld anführen und den Halbfinalplatz für sich ergattern werden. Auf dem zweiten Platz die Australier mit Alex Hill, dem Olympiasieger vom Vierrone auf Schlag. Sie konnten am Schluss nicht mehr ganz die Pace der Briten mitgehen.
Tom George and Ollie Wynne-Griffiths for Great Britain holding nearly 2 lengths up on Australia across the line. They'll take that place into the AB semi-final. And coming to the last two strokes here, then we have Harley Moore and Alexander Hill for Australia. They'll lead the way into the repechage, and then you can see that the rest of the field have eased right off the pace, where we've got the Netherlands coming in for third ahead of Uruguay, and then over on the far side, Brazil. So we'll see them again in the repechage. Moving on then from the men's pair, we move into the first heat for the doubles, and it's the women's doubles up first. We've got China in lane 1, Canada 1 in lane 2, Canada 2 in lane 3, France in 4, and Italy 2 in lane 5. They're coming up through the 1,000 already, so we'll jump straight into the action. I suppose, Camilla, no surprise to see China out in front already.
Well, no surprise, but it's certainly not a comfortable lead that they've got at the moment. About 3/4 of a length over a field that you could throw a blanket over. 3 boats side by side for second position at the moment between Canada, France and Italy. And just half a length back from that, it's Canada 2 in lane number 3 that sits in the final spot in this first heat of the women's double sculls. But the Chinese combination of Xu and Shen, they are 3/4 of a length up and looking good to build on that 4th place that they got at the second World Cup in Poznan.
Weiter geht es mit dem Frauendoppelzweier. Hier läuft bereits der erste Vorlauf und die ersten 3 Boote qualifizieren sich direkt für das Halbfinale. Derzeit in Führung liegt das chinesische Boot auf der Bahn 1. Das ist die Bahn, die am nächsten an den Zuschauern am Ufer ist. Sie führen momentan vor dem französischen Boot auf der Bahn 4. Wie gesagt, die ersten 3 Boote qualifizieren sich direkt fürs Halbfinale. Wie wird sich dieses Rennen weiterentwickeln? Zurzeit ist es noch sehr eng umkämpft die ersten 3 Plätze.
Well, just 3 spots directly through to the AB semi-finals. 4 boats currently in contention between China, Canada 1, France and Italy 2. Canada 2 just slipping off the pace a little bit. Tim, who's your money on?
Oh, that's a very tough question, Camilla. It's very close. China still out in front and leading the field comfortably at 35 strokes a minute, but behind them it's awfully close between Canada 1, France and Italy. As you mentioned, you could almost throw a blanket across them, but it's less than half a length, and there are 4 crews trying to get straight through these AB semi-finals. My money is on the French and Italians to go with China into that semi-final, with Canada having a lot of work to do to get 3rd or perhaps even 2nd in this heat. But they'll have to sprint early, and they're a very and the young combination of Canada too. Also, well, they try to remain in contact, but I think that's too much of an ask. But China still out in front, followed by France and Italy. But Pete, from your position, you have a much better view on things. How is it looking from your position?
Yeah, thanks, Tim. It is a great view from up here in the tower. I can tell you that France, Ernout and Bayol are now absolutely shifting. They haven't really changed the rating, but they're closing in on China rapidly. It's half a length, perhaps even less than that, a canvas for the leadership of this race. Italy going with them. That's the 1, 2, 3. We'll see if they put in a strong finishing sprint here. They might be looking back on the Canadians and thinking that they've got a safe enough margin. But we can see now that Canada 1, Kennedy and Duvernay Tardif are starting to lift it. They've gone to 42 to try and close in on Italy.
Es werden 3 Plätze für das Halbfinale vergeben in diesem Rennen und vorne kämpfen 4 Boote um diese 3 Plätze. Es ist China, Frankreich, Kanada und Italien, welche hier um diese Plätze kämpfen. Kanada momentan auf dem 4. Platz, also nicht auf einem qualifikationsberechtigten Platz, aber das wird ganz knapp. Sie haben ihre Schlagzahl deutlich erhöht auf Schlagzahl 45.
Here we go. China are going to cross the line for the win, and it's a canvas back to France. And then Canada 1 have just nipped in there ahead of Italy for 3rd place. So a great finishing sprint from Shannon Kennedy and Marie-Lou Duvernay Tardif. Just half a canvas ahead of Italy, taking 3rd place. So that means that we will see China, France and Canada 1 progress through to the AB semi-final. Italy 2 and Canada 2 will go through to the repechage. The second heat is already passing halfway, so we're going to jump straight into the action. Camilla, who's taking part here?
Well, we've got the Olympic champions back in action here. Radish and Bodnar of Romania, who are through the halfway with a real sort of spring in their step. It's great to see them back, and they were one of the unstoppable forces last Olympiad, and they look to be back on form again. Behind them, a great race developing between Germany and Norway for 2nd and 3rd. Very close, but they are going to have to keep their eyes over on lane number 1 for the Italians. Gobbi and Tonto Donati for Italy are really keeping the stroke rate high, 37 strokes a minute to keep in touch and with an opportunity to try and nab that third place through to the AB semis.
Und das zweite Schweizer Boot des heutigen Tages ist am Start. Fabienne Schweizer und Nina Wettstein, sie derzeit auf dem letzten Platz in ihrem Vorlauf. Die Fabienne Schweizer aus Buchrein, dem Nachbarsdorf, das ist quasi ihre Badewanne hier, der Rotsee. Auch Nina Wettstein letzte Woche an den Schweizer Meisterschaften hier am Start. Sie können nicht ganz die Pace mit den vorderen Booten mithalten, aber werden dann am Nachmittag im Hoffnungslauf versuchen, ihren Platz fürs Halbfinale noch zu ergattern. Da vorne geht die Post ab. Camilla, was geht?
Well, no questions being asked here of the Romanians, but the Italians, the fastest moving boat on the water, trying to move up the field from fourth, Tim.
Yes, and they'll have to make up a lot of ground to catch the leading Romanian double, the Olympic champions, looking comfortable at 36 strokes a minute, underrating the rest of the crews. But a great battle developing between Italy, Norway and Germany, all still in contention for a spot straight into the AB semi-final as they move towards the Red Buoy area. I think it is that high-rating crew from Italy who are dead level with Germany and Norway, so everything to play for as they come towards you, Peter, at the finish.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, Kiri Tonto Donati and Stefania Gobbi are absolutely shifting. They're fifth through the 500, fourth through the middle 1,000, and they're the fastest boat on the water. They were the first to start lifting the rating up to 39.40 and have now shot up into second place from fourth. So an impressive performance from them here. And they're holding now a comfortable margin. It's nearly half a length ahead of Norway, who are currently in third place. So first, second and third go through. No surprise to see the Olympic champions out in front. But the Italians have found a real turn of pace here.
Ja, die Italienerinnen, sie hatten nicht den besten Start erwischt, zwar nur Fünfter nach der ersten 500 Meter, haben sich aber danach deutlich gesteigert und fahren momentan auf dem zweiten Platz hinter den führenden Rumäninnen, den Olympiasiegerinnen und auch den Titelverteidigerinnen hier auf dem Rotsee in Lucerne. Dahinter dann Norwegen auf dem dritten Platz momentan, Deutschland und die Schweiz sind dann schon etwas zurück. Deutschland hat sogar jetzt aufgehört zu rudern. Sie fahren nun locker Richtung Ziel.
So Romania are going to take the win. Last stroke for them. They're a length and a half up on Italy for second, who have a length up on Norway for third. That's the 1-2-3. Germany have eased right off the pace. I think they've acknowledged that they won't be going through, so they'll be looking to reserve energy for later in the weekend. Germany will come in for fourth place, a length and 2 lengths up on Switzerland for fifth. They'll go through to the repechage. Moving on now to the third and last heat for the women's double sculls. Lithuania's Donata Karaliene and Dovile Rimkute for Lithuania in lane 1. Lisa Gutfleisch and Judith Guser for Germany in 2. Darina Vokoliad and Yevgenia Dovodko for Ukraine in lane 3. Sakakibara Haruna and Nishihara Kana for Japan in lane 4. And Rowena Meredith and Catherine Ross for Australia in lane 5. They're through the 800 metres already. Lithuania out in front. They've just stolen the lead from Germany there, Camilla.
Yeah, they have, and you'd expect that of a crew that's got Donata Karaliene on board in the bow seat for Lithuania, the Olympic bronze medalist from Rio all the way back in 2016, has returned now to the double scull through last season, and having contested the single at the first World Cup of the season, she'll be back in her comfort zone here in this double scull, leading the way. But they've had to row through Germany to get here, and they're also right up here with this Australian combination of Catherine Ross and Rowena Meredith, who are just slicing through the field. And actually, they sit on opposite sides of the lake to Lithuania, and I don't know whether the Lithuanians will have noticed them creeping up into second position ahead of Germany. Those are your top three at the moment: Lithuania, Australia and Germany. And then just 3/4 of a length back, it's Ukraine, followed by Japan.
Bereits im dritten Vorlauf des Frauendoppelzweigs angekommen, und es ist ein Dreipack, welches dieses Rennen vorne anführt. Litauen. Deutschland das zweite Boot mit Lisa Gutfleisch vom Heidelberger Ruderclub und Judith Gusse vom Rendsburger Ruderverein. Und Australien ganz auf der anderen Seite des Feldes. Diese drei Boote führen dieses Rennen an und sie werden sich allen Voraussicht für das Halbfinale qualifizieren. Es sei denn, hinten passiert noch was. Camilla.
Well, the top three spots look fairly comfortable at this point in time for those direct spots through to the AB semi-final. But Tim, are the Australians going to catch Lithuania napping?
Ooh, that's going to be a big ask from the Australians. They're trailing by about half a length at this stage of the race, and the crew from Lithuania, well, I wouldn't say they're comfortable, but they are in front and they look very comfortable to me, rating 34 strokes a minute. So that's not too high with 500 meters still left to go. But behind them, a great tussle for second and third. Currently, the crew from Australia in second position, and it's almost level between the Ukraine and Germany, the early leaders, with Germany slipping back slightly with 500 meters to go. It's now passing my commentary position. It's Australia still in second, a length back on Lithuania, with the crew from the Ukraine moving more securely into third position, with the Germans dropping off the pace and finding it a bit difficult to stay in contention. But out in front, looking very comfortable, and coming towards you, Peter, the Lithuanians still out in front.
Donata Karaliene and Dovile Rimkute now really showing their form. They were second through the 500 and then leading through the middle 1,000 and continuing to pull away here. Only 33 strokes a minute, so they're the lowest rating of these boats contesting the three places into that AB semi-final. Impressive performance from the Lithuanians, holding a length up on the Aussies, Meredith and Ross, who are still looking very comfortable in second. Ukraine now have a very comfortable margin up on Germany. So I think the positions through to the AB semi-final looking pretty fixed.
Ja, es sieht so aus, dass die Australierinnen, die Litauerinnen und auch die Ukrainerinnen die drei Plätze für das Halbfinale A, B für sich mit nach Hause nehmen werden heute. Dahinter dann Deutschland und Japan etwas zurückgebunden. Also die Plätze sind hier verteilt im dritten Vorlauf im Frauen-Doppelzweier.
Into the last 50 or 60 metres, and Lithuania giving it great guns on the near side. They're up to 37, so that's a significant rate rise considering they were only at 33 for the majority of that race. So they're putting it in despite knowing that they're in one of the three qualification places. I think they're looking to be able to make their lane selection by taking the win here, because we need to bear in mind the win here means that they'll be able to take the first choice lane selection in the next round. So they cross the line a length up on Australia, who have a length up on Ukraine. So that's the 1, 2, 3. They go through to the AB semi-final. 3 to 4 lengths to Clearwater back. We find Germany coming in for 4th place, and then 5th place Japan, and we'll see them race the repechage. From the women's double now onto the first of the heats for the men's double sculls. Florin Bogdan Horodistianu and Andrei Sebastian Cornea for Romania in lane 1. Jakub Podrazil and Jan Sinsibuk for Czech Republic in 2. Martin Zabo and Christoph Ax for Hungary in 3. Martin and Valon Sinkovic for Croatia in 4. And Jonas Juhl and Erik André Solbakken for Norway in lane 5. They're coming up towards the 1,000. And Camilla, need we guess who's out in front?
It's the same old story, isn't it? And they're well loved through the rowing community. Martin and Valent Sinkovic back in the boat class that gave them that sort of, initial platform here, back in the double scull after that brief foray into the pair just to clinch a gold medal in Tokyo. But they look absolutely sensational out in front here on the Rotsey. But it's then Norway that's slotted into second place, and with the top 2 through to the AB semi-finals, they'll be delighted to be there. Erik André Solbakken in the stroke seat, joined by Jonas Juhl in the bow seat. And they are, not too far off the Croatians, although I think the Sinkovic is just using this time to, pace themselves down the course at 36 strokes a minute. A great race for third on the far side between Romania and the Czech Republic. Just Hungary trailing in this first heat of the men's double sculls.
Ja, wenn man diesem ersten Vorlauf des Männerdoppelzweis einen Titel geben müsste, dann würde man es wohl die Rückkehrer nennen. Denn wir haben hier die beiden großen Rückkehrer, Martin Sinkovic und Valen Sinkovic. Die Sinkovic-Brüder zurück im Doppelzwei, nachdem sie letztes Jahr an den Olympischen Spielen die Goldmedaille im Zweier ohne gewonnen haben. Sie zurück in ihrer favorisierten Bootsklasse und sie führen diesen ersten Vorlauf relativ deutlich an. Sie führen vor der norwegischen Crew. Diese beiden Boote derzeit auf den qualifizierenden Plätzen für das Halbfinale. Wie geht es weiter? Wir nähern uns langsam aber sicher der 1500-Meter-Marke.
Well, Croatia out in front, but the Norwegians will be delighted to be in second place as this their first World Cup as a combination, Tim.
Yeah, it's that new combination from Norway who are looking very good here in this first heat of the men's double. Just passing my commentary position, it is indeed the Olympic champions from Croatia, the Sinkovic brothers, looking comfortable at 36, but the young crew from Norway, looking very powerful actually in second position. But they do have to keep an eye on the Romanian crew in lane number 1, who are currently have a higher boat speed, but I think it's still almost a length of advantage which the Norwegian crew has. But the Romanian crew probably will start to sprint early, but it is Croatia out in front, followed by Norway and the Czech Republic and Hungary for the minor places.
250 metres to go, and it is a battle on for the minor places. But as Tim said, I think the position's looking pretty fixed. We see the Norwegians start to lift the rating. Juhl and Solbakken trying to close in on Croatia, but I don't see why they'd put in a massive sprint here. I think they're all looking relatively safe for positions through to that AB semi-final. Although, as I say it, here come the Romanians. 39, nearly 40 strokes a minute, putting in a solid finishing sprint here coming to the last 200.
Ja, ganz vorne ist alles klar. Die beiden Sinkovic-Brüder führen dieses Rennen hier an im ersten Vorlauf des Männer-Doppelzweiers. Dahinter dann aber ein Kampf um den zweiten Platz. Norwegen momentan noch vorne, aber die Rumänen versuchen alles nochmals daran zu kommen. Schlagzahl 43, sie nähern sich mit jedem Schlag dem zweitplatzierten Boot aus Norwegen.
Croatia are going to take the win, and then it's a length back, and Norway under so much pressure. What a sprint from Romania. Norway cling on to it by a matter of a foot or two, half a metre or so across the line. We will see Croatia and Norway progress through to the AB semi-final, and despite a great effort from Romania, it wasn't quite enough. They just ran out of water. They'll lead the way into the repechage, being joined by the Czech Republic and Hungary. Moving on now to the second heat for the men's double sculls. We've got Armandas Kalmelis and Dovydas Nemiravicius for Lithuania 2 in lane 1. Juha-Pekka Patariniemi and Jukka-Pekka Kauppi for Finland in 2. David Barthelot and Caleb Antil for Australia in 3. Andre Emil Schmitz Flores and Juan Jose Flores Rodriguez for Mexico in 4. And Jan Oskar Stabbe Helvig and Christopher Brunn for Norway 1 in lane 5. They're coming up through 750 and absolutely neck and neck, dead level. Through that 750, we find Lithuania and Australia. You can't split them here, Camilla.
You can't split them here, and with a late change in this Australian crew, it was supposed to be Cleary and Antle that we saw competing here on the draw, but David Barthelot in the bow seat here, having raced the single Henley Royal Regatta last weekend, has jumped in to join Caleb Antle, and they found themselves up at the front of the field going toe-to-toe with Lithuania. Dovydas Nemiravicius in the stroke seat there, just trying to keep pace with the Australians, and the boat speeds absolutely level as they come towards us here at the 1,000. This is going to be an absolutely barnstorming race here between these two boats, but just two boats to go through to the AB semi-finals, and at this rate it's going to push on these two crews to even more clear water. Norway plugged the gap in third between them and the back of the field, where Mexico and Finland find themselves in that order, but the Australians here just seem to kick into another gear through the halfway marker, and they've drawn out to a half a length lead over Lithuania.
Es sind die Australier, die diesen zweiten Vorlauf anführen bei der 1000-Meter-Marke. Sie werden dicht bedrängt von dem zweiten Boot aus Litauen. Diese zwei Boote also momentan auf Halbfinalkurs. Wer da ganz sicher noch ein Wörtchen mitreden möchte, ist das norwegische Boot auf der Bahn 5. Mit dabei Christopher Brunn, der ehemalige Leichtgewichtsruderer. Wir erinnern uns an die dramatischen Szenen in Tokio, als er eine bessere Platzierung aufgrund eines Krebses leider verpasste. Also dieses Boot wird hier versuchen, noch mit den beiden führenden Booten mitzuhalten. Wie geht es aus?
Well, after the heartbreak of the Australians, at the Tokyo Olympic Games, not quite qualifying that double scull for those Olympics, it seems they've got out to a good start in this Olympiad, Tim.
Yeah, and they've been leading this entire race, but the second crew from Lithuania is very close behind them, just 5 meters separating those two crews out in front of the race. Third and last position going straight through to the AB semi-final is firmly in the hands of Norway. That new combination with lightweight veteran Christopher Brunn in the stroke seat, and he's providing a very solid rhythm for Jan Oskar Stabe-Helvig in the bow seat to follow. Those three crews are, multiple lengths of clear water ahead of Mexico and the new combination from Finland, who have taken the rate right down, rating just above 30 strokes a minute. So I think they know that they are going to the rep, but it's a nice race there, and the Australian crew still in the lead, but just 2 meters separating them and the Lithuanians at this stage. What do you reckon, Peter? Are the Lithuanians going to sprint for the line and take the win here?
Well, they've found their pace. They're still striking 35 or sculling at 35 here, but not quite closing in on the Aussies here. The Aussies built different. You know, we've got David Barthelot and Caleb Antill. We were supposed to have Gav in the bow seat there, but Jack Cleary isn't racing now, so he's been replaced by David Barthelot, who we've frequently seen in the single. And this Aussie boat is responding to the surge from Lithuania. They've gone up to 37, 38 strokes a minute to try and push back at this Lithuanian charge towards the line. But the Aussies looking pretty safe to progress through, as are the Lithuanians, because it's a country mile back to Norway, currently in third.
Die ersten beiden Plätze werden die Halbfinalqualifikation geben, und das wird voraussichtlich Australien und Litauen sein, welche diese Plätze sichern werden. Australien momentan noch etwas in Führung, aber ein großartiger Endspurt der Litauer hat dazu geführt, dass es ganz knapp noch wurde.
Well, this Aussie boat has taken the win here. They're built different, and they've held on to the lead by just about 3/4 of a length ahead of Lithuania 2. Those two progress through to the AB semi-final, and then Norway coming in third ahead of Mexico for fourth, and then fifth place Finland will go to the repechage. Moving on to the third of 4 heats for the men's double sculls. We've got Matt Hayward and George Bourne for Great Britain in lane 1, Simon Poznik and Piotr Plominski for Poland in 2, Alexander Filipovic and Alexander Bejic for Serbia 1 in lane 3, Alejandro Matias Colomino and Axel Haak for Argentina in 4, and then Yuri Ivanov and Ivan Futrik for Ukraine in lane 5. They're coming up through 600 metres down. Great Britain out in front, and then it's pretty tight for second and third between Serbia and Poland. But they're coming through 750, 2 to go through. So, Camilla, I guess it's going to be down to Serbia and Poland for that second and third place.
It is, and it's not the usual Polish combination that we're used to seeing in the double scull. Zdetarski and Bishkup are going to be contesting the quad this weekend. But Poznik and Plominski here doing well to try and get themselves into that AB semi-final, going head-to-head as it stands at the moment with the Serbians. But it is the Serbians currently with that all-important second spot. Filipovic and Bejic sitting in second behind Great Britain Britain, Hayward and Bourne over in lane number 1. They were under 23 world champions in the quadruple scull just 3 years ago, and they've made that step up now into the senior team in this new combination to step up at the senior level, having just missed out on a medal at World Cup 1. But they're now a length up over Serbia in second through the 1,000 metres. Poland sitting in third ahead of Argentina and Ukraine.
Dritter Vorlauf des Männerdoppelzweis und es führt das britische Boot mit Matthew Hayward und George Bourne. Sie führen mit einer guten Länge, offenen Länge Vorsprung auf das serbische Boot. Diese beiden Boote momentan also direkt im Halbfinale. Der Drittplatzierte aus Polen, dieser Doppelzweier noch mit Chancen hier ein Wörtchen mitzureden, aber sie werden auf der zweiten Streckhälfte dafür noch einiges an Arbeit ins Wasser legen müssen.
Well, the British have got a fierce sprint on them. They managed to progress through all stages at World Cup 1 by rowing down everyone in the final 500 metres. But Tim, it doesn't look like they'll need that in this early stage of the men's double sculls.
No, at the moment they don't need to, but I will keep an eye on that crew from Serbia, Filipovic and Bedic. They look ominous in second position, just 7 meters back to the crew from Great Britain. It's indeed Hayward and Bourne looking comfortable ahead, but it's 3/4 of a length at this stage, so there is still plenty of racing left to go. With just 2 crews going through the AB semi-final, we may see we may see that the crews accept the situation as is and progress through and don't sprint for the line. But I reckon the crew from Serbia will take the rate up a notch and try and get the first place off the hands of Great Britain. Then it's a country mile back to the new combination from Poland, followed by the crew from Argentina, and the Ukrainians still having to cross the 1,500 meter mark. But 2 crews out in front, looking comfortable. Pete, what do you reckon? 2 crews sitting at 34 and 36 strokes respectively. Will they race it to a sprint, or will they just cruise home to the line?
Well, I was just wondering about that, Tim, because I was just looking at the Polish. They've gone up to 38, and they've got 60-odd metres to try and close in if they want to take one of the places through to the AB semi-final. But credit to them, they're going for it here as they come up towards perhaps 350 metres remaining of the 2K course. I don't think anybody's going to touch Great Britain and Serbia out in front. We see them both still ticking it over at the race rhythm they've held for the whole course at around 35. And the margins remaining the same. So I think everybody's just going to row in their current positions.
Ja, es ist Großbritannien und Serbien, welche hier das Rennen anführen im dritten Vorlauf im Männer-Doppelzweier. Dahinter dann die Polen, welche beim ersten Weltcup in Belgrad noch im Doppelvier waren und dort auf dem Podium den Weltcup beendet haben. Hier nun ebenfalls auf der dritten Position und hier somit nicht Halbfinal berechtigt, jedenfalls nicht direkt. Sie müssen so voraussichtlich über den Hoffnungslauf sich qualifizieren.
Well, they've eased right off the pace down to 32. Great Britain are going to take the win in this third heat of the men's double sculls. They're holding a length and a half up on Serbia, who have eased off as well, down to 28. So that's the 1-2. Both of them, I think, comfortable with their positions across the line. They'll go straight through to the AB semi-final. And Poland have eased off as well. I think they put in a bit of a surge through that 1,500 metre mark just to see if they could get back in touch. But they'll lead the way into the repechage here, finishing third, a length and a half up on Argentina, who have perhaps 5 or 6 lengths up on Ukraine. Well, there we have it. The start for the fourth and last heat of the men's double sculls. We've got Alexis Garcia Pujolar and Rodrigo Conde Romero for Spain in lane 1. Jordan Parry and Jack O'Leary for New Zealand in 2. Tristan van den Busch and Aaron Andries for Belgium in 3. Liu Dong and Liu Baixun for China in 4. And Max Apel and Moritz Wolf for Germany in lane 5.
Vierter und letzter Vorlauf im Männer-Doppelzweier. Wir haben Spanien auf der Bahn 1, Neuseeland auf der Bahn 2, Belgien auf der Bahn 3, China auf der Bahn 4 und auf der Bahn 5 Deutschland.
250 metres in, Spain have the early lead, but not by much. Germany just a nose hair behind them, as Tim would say. Both boats up there at 41 strokes a minute, contesting the lead. It's the first two to go through to the AB semi-final, as was with the first 3 heats. So no change, of course, in the progression system here. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on that dividing line between second and third to see who are in the hot seats to go through. Currently just off the pace and a little bit behind, maybe a canvas down. We've got Van den Busch and Andries for Belgium. Coming through 500, we'll see how their splits turn out. But Spain still just a little bit out ahead of Germany at the moment.
Es sind die beiden Außenbahnen Deutschland und Spanien, welche hier die Spitze des Feldes übernommen haben. Bei 500 Meter ist es Spanien 17 Hundertstel vor Deutschland, also ganz, ganz knapp haben sie hier die 500 Meter Marke durchquert. Spanien war schon Dritter beim ersten Weltcup und möchten natürlich hier diese gute Leistung bestätigen. Deutschland ein neues Boot mit Max Apel und Moritz Wolf. Max Apel im letzten Jahr noch im Doppel-Vierer unterwegs, nun im Doppel-Zweier mit Moritz Wolf, dem Vize-Weltmeister vom vergangenen Jahr.
Well, they're coming through 750. Spain and Germany still locked horns at the front of the field. But Camilla, I don't want to discount Belgium yet. They're currently riding in third, but underrating those current leaders by 4 or 5 strokes a minute. I wonder if that means they've got another gear to go to.
Yeah, this young combination from Belgium, just 19 and 21. Aaron Andries and Tristan van den Busch in the bow seat there, just 21 years of age. Both of them littered with medals at junior level themselves in the single scull. Tristan van den Busch, the silver medalist from the Tokyo Junior Worlds in 2019. And Aaron Andries, the European junior champion in the single scull just last year. And what pressure to be put on his shoulders here, trying to chase down Spain, but certainly, you know, handling it very, very well. As you say, Pete, underrating the rest of the field at 34 strokes a minute and looking very comfortable as they come through halfway. They've just managed to gain overlap by the narrowest of margins on the Spanish stern. Spain will be feeling confident, though, after a bronze at World Cup 1, and those 2 spaces through to the AB semi-finals absolutely not set yet, as the charge is certainly on here from Germany in lane number 5. They're also trying to shift up into second position, Apple and Wolf, and closing in around them, New Zealand and China. Just a canvas off the pace for third. This is going to be an absolutely stunning race.
Wenn Spanien dieses Rennen weiterhin anführt, ist dahinter noch gar nichts entschieden. Es ist super, super eng zwischen den übrigen 4 Booten, die alle um den zweiten halbfinalberechtigten Platz hier kämpfen. Derzeit leichte Vorteile für das deutsche Boot Max Apel und Moritz Wolf. Die beiden sind derzeit auf der 2. Position, sind aber dicht bedrängt von den weiteren 3 Booten hinter ihnen. Die werden hier noch einiges arbeiten müssen, um sich diesen Halbfinalplatz zu verdienen.
New Zealand now at 40 strokes a minute. They're in the chasing position here, but driving themselves through the field to try and bump themselves up into second position. But they're going to have to row down both Spain and Belgium in order to do that, Tim.
Yeah, you're perfectly right, Camilla, and it's still Spain ahead. The crew that took a surprise bronze medal at the opening World Cup in Belgrade, they are in the lead by almost a full length over the crew from Germany, who is still in second position, but a great charge coming from the Kiwi double there in the middle of the field as they try to clinch second off the hands of the crew from Germany, of Max Apel and Moritz Wolf there, but that crew is already at 38 strokes a minute, trying to fend off the charge coming from New Zealand. The crew from Spain still out in front and underrating the rest of the field, but they have to raise their game because the crew from New Zealand and the crew from Germany are making a charge towards the front of the field. How's it looking from your position, Pete?
Well, I tell you what, if I was to be asked perhaps 300 metres ago what the Kiwis might do now, I wouldn't have said this. They are absolutely shooting up the field. They're at 40 strokes a minute, closing in fast on Germany. I mean, I'd have said that Spain and Germany had run away with this race at 1500, but they are absolutely moving up quickly. They've gone to 41. Germany reacting now, and Germany have the better boat speed. So this could come down to the wire. I love watching small boats, particularly in the last 250, because anything can change when it comes to these finishing sprints. New Zealand now up to 42. They're closing in. It's less than a length.
Bei 1000 Metern hatten wir noch das Gefühl, dass Spanien und Deutschland hier das locker nach Hause fahren werden. Aber nun hat es etwas Spannung gegeben. Neuseeland macht hier mächtig Druck auf die Deutschen und auch die Spanier. Sie versuchen nochmals hier heranzukommen und einer der Halbfinalplätze einzunehmen. Aber das wird ganz knapp.
Spain are going to take the win, and it's half a length up on Germany, who cling on to that second place, half a length ahead of New Zealand. An amazing sprint finish from Jordan Parry and Jack O'Leary. Just not quite enough. It came down to half a length. That means we'll see Spain and Germany go through to the AB semi-final. New Zealand in second place ahead of China and Belgium. Well, Belgium taking fourth, China fifth. They'll go through to the repechage. Well, we're moving on now to the first of three heats for the lightweight women's single sculls. Lining up here for the first of these heats, we have Kristina Neuhodtova for the Czech Republic in 1, Silvia Crosio for Italy in 2, Imogen Grant for Great Britain in 3, Natalia Miguel Gomez for Spain in 4, Eileen Roll for Switzerland in 5, and Anna Aura Forsberg for Finland in lane 6.
Wir kommen zum ersten Vorlauf im Leichtgewicht Frauen Einer. Wir haben hier Tschechien auf Bahn 1, Italien auf Bahn 2, Großbritannien auf Bahn 3 und Spanien auf Bahn 4. Die Schweiz mit Elin Roll auf Bahn 5 und Finnland auf Bahn 6.
Well, they're coming up through the first 500 meters, so we're then going to find out how the positions are settling into this race, because they've wound things down into their race rhythms now. Imogen Grant for Great Britain out in front, just under a length ahead of Neuhodtova for the Czech Republic. It's the first two to go through to the AB semi-final, so the hot seat is currently contested between Crosio of Italy and Roll for Switzerland. They're currently in third and fourth, respectively. So we'll see how they manage to turn their pace around through this second 500 that they'll be getting into in just a moment. They're just crossing that 500-meter marker. Imogen Grant, 1:48.34 through the 500, 2.5 seconds up on the Czech athlete. And then it's 1.2 seconds back to third place, held by Italy. So we'll see how this second 500 pans out for them. But Imogen Grant has had a great start to her race, a great start to her World Cup 3 bid for the podium. Tough competition in the lightweight women's single sculls, as always. But they're coming up through 600 metres, and we'll find out from Camilla and Timon how they get on in this second 500.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. And as you say, always close racing in the lightweight events, and the lightweight single scull, no exception. We've got 3 under-23 world champions in this field from the last 3 under-23 world championships. Eileen Roll, the first of those in lane number 5. She was Imogen Grant, the first of those, of course, in 2018, where she was victorious in the lightweight single scull. Eileen Roll in 2019 in the lightweight double scull was champion for Switzerland. And then Silvia Crosio for Italy, the one to conclude the list, who was victorious in the lightweight single scull just last year at the Under-23 World Championships in 2021. So much developing talent in this field, but it is Grant at the moment that leads the way. This is the first competition that she's done on the international stage since Tokyo last year, where she came fourth in the lightweight double scull, but having now completed her medical exams that she only finished just a few weeks ago, she's now back on the racing scene and ready to take on the rest of the world. So she leads the way from lane number 3. Behind her, well, as it stands at the moment, it is it's Neuhotova of the Czech Republic from lane number 1, but it's a tussle, and really she's having to graft here against Crosio of Italy, who sits hot on her heels, just a few centimetres behind. Roll sits in 4th.
Die Boote sind bei 1000 Meter durch und Eline Roll von der Société Nautique de Genève, Section Aviron, hat eben nach rechts rüber geschaut. Sie hat gesehen, dass 3 Boote noch vor ihr sehen, dass sie noch einiges zu tun hat, um hier auf einen der ersten beiden für das Halbfinal relevanten Plätze vorzukommen. In diesem Rennen 3 Boote am Start, die allesamt U23-Weltmeisterin geworden sind. Eline Roll, eine davon selbstverständlich. Sie im Leichtgewichtsdoppelzweier Weltmeisterin in der U23-Kategorie. Sie also derzeit auf dem 4. Platz und versucht hier nochmal an die führenden Boote ranzukommen.
Well, despite all of her medical studies, training for the Oxford-Cambridge boat race where she was victorious this year, it doesn't seem to be slowing down Imogen Grant of Great Britain, who looks so strong out in front, and all the pressure pushed back now to the Czech Republic and Italy, who will be really fighting hard for that second spot through to the AB semi-final, Tim.
Yeah, it's going to be really close between Neuhortova from the Czech Republic and Crosio from Italy. They are really going stroke for stroke. They are matching each other for rate and speed, but I think the Italian sculler is trying to make a little move right in front of my commentary position, but that's for that second position. But out in front, it's Imogen Grant looking comfortable ahead. I think she has almost 2 lengths of clear water ahead of the Italian sculler, but it's actually Crosio from Italy, the under-23 world champion from Racice last year, who has made a decisive move at the 1500 to break clear of Neuhortova from the Czech Republic. I think it's the Italian sculler for that last spot into the AB semi-final with the local favorite Eline Roll. She is very powerful athlete on the ergometer. She is now in 4th position, followed by Forsberg from Finland, who at 37 makes her debut here at World Rowing level. So great race from her at the Rothsay. But coming towards you, Peter, nothing can stop Imogen Grant taking the 1st position. But is that 2nd position safe for the Italian sculler, I wonder?
Tricky question that, Tim, because as we always see in the last few hundred metres, particularly in the small boats, anything can chop and change around. We might see a turn of pace from Kristina Neuhotova, currently riding in 3rd, and try to put the pressure on, but it's about 20 metres separating them. That isn't an unsurmountable distance, particularly in a single, so we could see a turn of pace, but we're not seeing it as yet, and they have entered the red buoys, that typical marker that would see these boats sprint for the finish if they were going to go for it. But Imogen Grant, absolute class act. She's led right from the get-go. She's certain for a place through to the AB Semi.
Ja, es ist die Britin Imogen Grant, welche hier dieses Rennen anführt. Camilla hat das bei 1000 Meter schon gesagt. Sie, die schwer beschäftigt ist mit Studieren. Sie macht das Medizinstudium in der Universität in Cambridge, hat dieses Jahr auch das Boat Race gewonnen. Jetzt vom Achter wieder zurück im Kleinboot, diesmal im Einer. Sie führt dieses Rennen hier mit über 2 Längen an auf die Zweitplatzierte, auf die Italienerin Silvia Crosio.
Imogen Grant for Great Britain is going to take the win in this first heat for the lightweight women's single sculls. 2.5 lengths ahead of Silvia Crosio for Italy. Oh, nearly could have missed out then. Thought she crossed the line. 2 more strokes, does so, and that sees her take that 2nd place through to the AB semi-final. She crossed the line nearly 3 lengths up on Kristina Neuhotova for the Czech Republic, who has 2.5 lengths ahead of Eline Roll for Switzerland in 4th. And then coming in for 5th, Aura Forsberg for Finland. We'll see them go through to the repechage. The next race is already well down the course. We've got the second heat for the lightweight women's singles. Germany, Netherlands 1, Netherlands 2, Tunisia, Argentina and France 2. They're already 1,250 metres in here. So let's say good morning to Tim. Tim, how's it looking as they come towards you?
Yeah, it's looking really good from my position. I think it's Morizot from France leading this second heat all the way on the far side of the lake in lane number 6. She looks she looks in the lead, but my eye is also drawn to the sculler from Germany, Marie-Louise Dreger, at 41-year-old, perhaps the most experienced athlete in this field. She's trying to make a move and get ahead of the sculler from France, with all the other crews in the center lanes trailing a bit. We can see Federa van der Meulen from the Netherlands, who won a silver at the European Junior Championships this year. I think she's in 3rd position, trying to make a move and get into 2nd position and progress through the AB semi-final directly. But I think looking at Morizot from France here, that's quite a big ask, because Morizot looks very relaxed, very comfortable. She has 3/4 of a length lead ahead of the sculler from the Netherlands, but it's going to go all the way down the line, because they aren't safe yet. And Marie-Louise Dreger knows this. She has the experience, and she will start to raise her rate, still at 32 strokes a minute. But coming towards you, Peter, I think they're going to raise the rate and try and make it a sprint finish. So 3 crews for 2 places.
3 crews for 2 places. Van der Molen just looking like she may miss out unless she starts to really sprint from here. There's 400, just under 400 metres still to go. Dreger, the experienced athlete, now leading. Nobody's really going to touch her, but it's all about whether Van der Molen for the Netherlands 1 can move up alongside Morizot.
In Führung Marie-Louise Dreger aus Deutschland, die 41-Jährige, führt hier mit einer Bootslänge Vorsprung auf die zweitplatzierte Aurélie Morizot von Frankreich. Dahinter dann Federa van der Molen, die junge Holländerin, 2003 geboren, also sie wurde geboren, als Marie-Louise Dreger schon das erste Mal Weltmeisterin im Doppelzweier war. Also ein ziemlicher Altersunterschied hier auf Bahn 1 und 2 zwischen Deutschland und den Niederlanden. Auf dem Wasser momentan so, dass die Niederlande momentan immer noch auf dem 3. Platz ist. Sie versucht hier dran zu bleiben an den beiden führenden Booten, da nur die ersten beiden Boote ins Halbfinale fahren werden.
Marie-Louise Dreger still holding just under a length up on currently 2nd place. Aurélie Morizot over on the far side of the course, but the Dutch athlete, Federa van der Molen, is pulling up level. We could see this one come down to a photo finish. There's very little separating them into this last 30 metres. Marie-Louise Dreger for Germany is almost certainly going to take the win, and I think a final push from Aurélie Morizot is just going to close the door on the Dutch athlete. Positions remain unchanged. Dreger takes the win ahead of Morizot 2nd, with a canvas up on Van der Molen for 3rd. 4th place then is Kettler from the Netherlands. 5th goes to the Tunisian Krimi, and 6th place Baluzo Chiaruzzo for Argentina. So we'll see Dreger and Morizot progress to the AB semi, the rest to the repechage. Heat 3 is already well underway, so we can jump straight into the action. We've got Switzerland 2, France 1, South Africa, Australia and Mexico passing Camilla and Timon.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. And wow, great to see the Mexican Kenya Lechuga leading the way from lane number 5. She had to race the open weight category at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, and clearly that's developed her sculling and pushed her on as she leads this lightweight field ahead of Georgia Nesbitt of Australia and ahead of the South African world champion from 2017 in this category, Kirsten McCann. 2 very seasoned athletes there that sit just to the right of Kenya Lechuga. She's got just over a length's lead, but 2 to go through to the AB semi-finals, and the South Africa-Australia battle developing nicely.
Und in diesem dritten Vorlauf des Leichtgewichtsfrauen einer mit am Start, Olivia Nacht vom Ruderclub Baden, sie die Schweizer Meisterin in diesem Jahr in dieser Bootskategorie. Also gerade letzte Woche hat sie sich diesen Schweizer Meistertitel geholt. Sie rudert derzeit auf der fünften Position, wird es wohl also allen Voraussicht nicht schaffen, sich direkt für das Halbfinale qualifizieren. Weiterhin ungefährdet in Führung ist es die Mexikanerin Kenia Lechuga. Sie wird verfolgt von der zweitplatzierten Südafrikanerin Kirsten McCann.
Well, the tailwind picking up here on the Rotsee and pushing these lightweight scullers along nicely, Tim.
Yeah, it's fast and furious racing, and this tailwind is really what these lightweight athletes like to race in. And Lechuga from Brazil currently leading the field, and she is hammering along at 37 strokes a minute. She's one length up on McCann from South Africa, who is in second position, who is a length in front of the two athletes from France and Australia. But it's a completely different race from the last race we saw. But Lechuga is, I think she is over 12 meters, perhaps slightly less in front of Kristen McCann from Australia. So this is going all the way down to the wire, because I can see the sculler from France, Susanna Duncan, they're raising the rates to try and get second position off the hands of McCann. But still everything to play for, Pete.
Everything to play for, and the question will be whether Susanna Duncan can get back in the action. She's currently sculling at 33, so there's a bit of a margin to close in on McCann if she wants to contest that second place. But it's an amazing performance here so far by Kenia Lechuga, the Mexican celebrity over on the far side of the course. She's only led from the 1,000, so a slightly slower start than she'd be used to, and she moved up through Duncan, as did McCann, who's come back from 4th place to now holding 2nd. So these two certainly have had a good middle 1,000 and don't look like they're going to slow whatsoever into the last 250.
200 Meter bleiben noch zu rudern im dritten Vorlauf des Leichtgewichtsfrauen Einers. Es ist Mexiko und Südafrika, welche hier auf den ersten beiden und halbfinalberechtigten Plätzen rudern. Dahinter dann Frankreich und Australien, auch Olivia Nacht, nur knapp auf dahinter, nicht weit entfernt. Die Schweizer Meisterin vom vergangenen Wochenende versucht hier also noch dran zu bleiben mit Australien und Frankreich.
The Mexican Lechuga is going to take the win. A length and a half up on Kirsten McCann for South Africa. So those two go through to the AB semi. 3rd place is Susanna Duncan for France. 4th, Georgia Nesbitt of Australia. And 5th place, Olivia Nacht for Switzerland. We'll see them again in the repechage. The next race is already passing 1,200. It's the first heat for the lightweight men's single sculls. Pedro Jose Kirk-Dixon for Argentina in lane 1. Daniel Dubitsky for Israel in 2. Bruno Catraro-Berriolo for Uruguay 1 in lane 3. Felipe Cluver-Ferreira for Uruguay 2 in lane 4. And Thibaut Vivet for Belgium in lane 5. They're fast approaching the 1,500 metre mark, where we've got Tim van Vliet. So, Tim, Thibaut Vivet looking pretty good out in front of a big field.
Yeah, it's the young athlete from Belgium who really impressed at the opening World Cup in Belgrade, where he won a gold medal. And one of the things that stood out to me back then was his technique, which is absolutely flawless. It looks so composed, so relaxed, and he makes it look easy, which is always a great hallmark. Which is always a hallmark of a great crew or a great athlete. And here he is again, relishing in these tailwind conditions. And well, he is rowing at 30 strokes a minute and leading the field, but he has to keep an eye out on the rest of the field, because we have Cetraro Belorio from Uruguay, who is a length back, but Thibaut Vivet now passing my commentary position, and he looks absolutely relaxed. This is a row over for him. I think he is in full control of this race. Very nice, powerful strokes, and just 29 strokes a minute, and this is the opening heat. He is cruising all the way down the line with the two athletes from Uruguay in hot pursuit, and in racing from lane 1 and 2 we still have the Argentinian sculler and the sculler from Israel, Dubitsky, who is trailing the field. But Thibaut Vivet, absolute class of this first heat of the lightweight men's single.
Yeah, he's almost certain for the win in this. Second through the 500, but a good middle thousand has earned quite a significant lead ahead of Catrara Beriolo of Uruguay 1, ticking it over at 30. They've all wound right down here, most of them at 26, so I think they're all just looking to conserve energy for later in competition, just really smoothly rowing their way towards the finish line like they're out for a Sunday scull.
Ja, es ist Belgien und Uruguay, welche hier die ersten beiden Plätze einnehmen. Belgien, Thibaut Vevey, er hat schon den ersten Weltcup gewonnen in diesem Jahr und seinem Coach gewidmet. Nun ist er wieder hier am Start im Leichtgewichtseiner, in den letzten beiden Jahren im Doppelzweier unterwegs. In diesem Vorlauf muss er aber nicht mehr an seine Grenzen gehen. Nun fährt er mit einer Schlagzahl von 23 Schlägen in der Minute. Er kann also hier noch etwas Kräfte sparen für den morgigen Tag, für das Halbfinale und das Finale.
Coming to the last few strokes then, and no surprise, Thibaut Vevey for Belgium, certain for the win here. And the 1, 2, 3 is going to be Belgium, Uruguay, Uruguay. It's Uruguay 1 coming in for second place. That's Catrara Beriolo, a length and a half up on Kluber Ferreira of Uruguay 2. So that's the 1, 2, 3. Belgium, Uruguay 1 and Uruguay 2 go through to the AB semi. Fourth place, we have Dixon from Argentina, and fifth, Dubitsky for Israel. They'll go through to the repechage. The second heat is already passing halfway, so we'll jump to it quickly. We've got Australia, Germany, Slovenia, Japan 2 and Spain. How are they looking passing you, Camilla?
All very close, as you'd expect in this lightweight men's single sculls event. The second heat really heating up. 4 scullers with overlap here, being led by Finn Wolter of Germany, but only just ahead of the person he battled back at World Cup 2 in Poznan, Oscar McGuinness of Australia. These two finished 9th and 8th respectively. McGuinness got the better of Wolter in the B final in Poznan, but at the moment the result's been turned on its head. But they will be nervous of who is charging behind, because Raiko Hrvat, the 35-year-old who made his debut all the way back at the under-23s in 2006, just comes with a wealth of experience, a cabinet full of medals, and he's up at rate 43. So characteristic of the Slovenian as he comes charging through. 3 spots through to the AB semi-finals, and it's all very close here out on the water.
Ja, Walter Finn führt nach wie vor in diesem zweiten Vorlauf des Leichtgewichtsmänner. Einer der Ruder vom Ruderclub Witten, der U23-Weltmeister im leichten Männer-Doppelvier 2021. Er wird aber ganz stark bedrängt vom Australier, der direkt neben ihm auf der Bahn 1 rudert. Beide nähern sich nun dem letzten Streckendrittel. Auf dem dritten Platz ebenfalls noch mit Siegambitionen der Slowene Raiko Hrvat, ein sehr erfahrener Leichtgewichtsruderer. Diese 3 Boote also momentan auf Halbfinalkurs.
Well, it's centimetres in it between Germany and Australia. Wolter and McGuinness at the front of the field, but Raiko Hrvat not slowing down here, like a steam train towards you at rate 42, Tim.
Yeah, and he has been at rate 42 for almost 500 meters already. But he isn't really making any gains, though. It's McGuinness and Wolter from Australia and Germany who are in the lead and are really going stroke for stroke towards the line. They're in first and second, and I think the Australian is just in the lead by half a canvas. But you said it correctly, Camilla. Raiko Hrvat from Slovenia, high rate of striking, and he's trying to make a move, but he's still in third position. And I think that will be the finishing order, and as they come towards you, Peter.
Yeah, currently riding in third place, and then there is an ocean of clear water back to the Spaniard, Gutierrez Garcia, over on the far side. So I don't see any need for a sprint here, but Hrvat is certainly giving it some. Over 40 strokes a minute, trying to close in on Wolter from Germany, who's still just ticking things over at 33.
Ja, im zweiten Vorlauf im Männer-Leichtgewichts-Einer sind 3 Boote ganz vorne, nämlich Australien auf der Bahn 1, Deutschland auf der Bahn 2 und dann auf der Bahn 3 Slowenien. Das ist auch die Ordnung, wie sie hier die 200 Meter vor dem Ziel noch fahren. Also Australien ganz vorne, Oscar McGuinness. Er ein neuer Name hier in der Szene, war noch nie international unterwegs an einer Titelmeisterschaft. Aber hier, was für ein Einstieg. Es schaut so aus, dass er den zweiten Vorlauf im Leichtgewichtseimer für sich entscheiden wird vor Deutschland.
Oscar McGuinness for Australia is going to take the win, holding a length up on Finn Walter for Germany. Positions remain unchanged despite the sprint from Hrvat. It's Oscar McGuinness a length and a half up on Finn Walter for Germany, who has a length on Hrvat. That's the 1, 2, 3. All of those three going through to the AB semi-final. Fourth place then is Gutierrez Garcia for Spain, and fifth place Yasui for Japan too. They'll go to the rep. Straight in then to the third and last heat for the lightweight men's singles. We've got Hirvelampi for Finland in 1, Savitsky for Poland in 2, O'Donovan for Ireland in 3, Lopez Garcia for Mexico in 4, and Budina for Algeria in lane 5. Now they've just passed Camilla, but Camilla, what's the story of the race so far?
Well, the story so far has all fallen in Paul O'Donovan's favour of Ireland. Great to see him back here racing in this Olympiad and out in front. Currently up at 37 strokes a minute. Coming here, Son's partner, Finton McCarthy. They won those great World Championship and Olympic Games medals in the lightweight double sculls over the last 4 or 5 years. But out here going it alone in the single for Ireland and being surrounded by Alexis Lopez Garcia of Mexico, Łukasz Sawicki of Poland and Sid Ali Budina all going for those next spots into the AB semi-final.
Ja, es führt nicht ganz überraschend Paul O'Donovan, der Medizinstudent aus Skibbereen. Skibbereen, so etwas wie das Rudermekka in Irland, produziert immer wieder Top-Ruderer. O'Donovan, der Gewinner, Gold- und Silbermedaillengewinner an den Olympischen Spielen im Leichtgewichtsdoppelzweier. Er wird bedrängt von den Kollegen, die ihn rumrudern, aus Polen, aus Mexiko, aus Algerien. Diese 3 Boote also noch im Kampf um die Halbfinalplätze 1 bis 3.
Well, Paul O'Donovan for Ireland taking some of his own advice. Row like a dog. He's up at 41 strokes a minute as he comes through 500 metres to go, Tim.
Yeah, it's a perfect demonstration of O'Donovan rowing. I'd say from where I'm sitting, he's up at 35 strokes a minute. He's easing off slightly, followed by the Lopez Garcia from Mexico and Budina from Algeria in second and third, with Łukasz Sawicki from Poland in fourth position, and I think the Finnish sculler Hirvelampi from is in fifth. But Paul O'Donovan, he's back at 37 strokes a minute as he comes towards you, Peter. But I don't think much is going to change in the finishing order, with Paul O'Donovan leading this field in front of Lopez Garcia from Spain and Budina from Algeria.
Yeah, positions looking pretty fixed here. It was looking good for Sawicki of Poland in the early stages, but he's dropped back to fourth now, and the margin continues to grow as we see O'Donovan, Lopez Garcia and Budina pull away from the Polish and Finnish athletes over on this side of the course. But it's looking really, really good for Paul O'Donovan, coached by Dominic Casey. Great performance from him, up there at 34 strokes a minute, coming to the last 200.
Ja, es ist das erste internationale Rennen für Paul O'Donovan seit seinem Olympiasieg im letzten Jahr. Nun wieder im Einer unterwegs, war er schon Weltmeister 2016 und 17 in dieser Bootsklasse, also er kennt diese Bootsklasse bestens. In den letzten 5 Wochen war er allerdings in Australien unterwegs für sein Studium, also nicht so viel Training für ihn in den letzten Wochen, aber das scheint ihm nichts zu schaden. Er führt hier dieses Rennen im 3. Vorlauf deutlich an.
Paul O'Donovan for Ireland takes the win, 2.5 lengths up on Alexis Vladimir Lopez Garcia for Mexico, who has a length over Sid Ali Budina of Algeria. Those 3 go through to the AB semi. Fourth place, just over a length down, is Łukasz Sawicki for Poland, and he's got 3 lengths up on Kasper Hirvelampi of Finland. They'll go through to the repechage. Next up then, we've got the test race for the lightweight men's quads. 2 boats lined up here. We've got Germany in 1 and the Netherlands in lane 2. Coming up towards 1,000, Netherlands out in front, but perhaps half a length in it, Camilla?
Yeah, nothing much at all between these two crews as they come towards us here at the halfway marker. And like you described, just a test race here. No progressions on the line, but certainly both going at it, both of these crews, as if there were medals on the line. And the Netherlands at the moment just trying to take control. It's still only, well, a third of a length back to Germany, who have pushed back in that second 500 metres. They're up at 37 strokes a minute. The Germans perhaps with that little bit more experience. Joachim Agner in the stroke seat, the world champion from this event back in 2018. And he's just trying to chase down the Netherlands, who are a new crew bookended by the under-23 lightweight double who sit at stroke and bow. But they are under pressure at the moment as the Germans close in.
Halbe Länge Rückstand für den deutschen Leichtgewichtsmänner-Doppelvierer kurz nach der 1000-Meter-Marke. In diesem Testrennen nur 2 Boote hier am Start. Deswegen ein Testrennen. Das Finale findet dann morgen Samstag statt. Und wir haben im deutschen Boot unter anderem Fabio Kress, der U23-Weltmeister 2021 vom Akademischen Ruderverein Würzburg. Er wird jetzt nochmal alles daran setzen, seine Mannschaft anzufeuern, um hier die Führung zu übernehmen. Vielleicht ist dies in diesem Moment eben schon passiert, Camilla.
Well, the Dutch certainly going to be feeling nervous at this point in time because Germany have just rode through, and I'm sure the nerves quite high at 1500 with my Dutch co-commentator Tim van Vliet.
Yeah, you're right, Camilla. I was looking forward to this race between the German and the Dutch lightweight men's quad, but I think the Dutch have just eased off right in front of my commentary position. I think they are sculling over towards Pete at the finish with the Germans just trucking along at 36 strokes a minute. They're going to take the win in this test race. Quick shout out to Maxime Den Bogert in the 3 seat of that Dutch crew. He's the first athlete from his club, Dudok van Heel, to be sent to a world rowing event. So that's a great, performance from him to be here in Lucerne. But I think the coach of the Dutch crew Lieke Otte said to his crew, well, race out until 1500 meters and then keep your opponent guessing for the final later this weekend. But we'll see in a few days' time. But Pete, how's that German crew looking? Still going full steam ahead, or are they easing off as well?
Still looking pretty full steam ahead there at 35. But Tim, I thought you were going to give a shout out to Niels van Vliet in the 2 seat of that Dutch boat and wondered whether it was any relation to yours. Is he related to your cousin, perhaps?
No. We have the same last name, but we're unrelated.
Unrelated. Oh, that would have been a good story. But the Dutch currently a few lengths behind Germany coming to the last 200 metres here. Germany, they were second through the first 1,000, but they really did find their pace and have moved up through the Netherlands. So that'll give something for the Dutch crew to think about before they face each other again in the A-Final.
Ja, wir haben fast ein bisschen Henley-Vibes hier am Rotsee mit nur 2 Booten hier auf dem See. Es ist Deutschland und die Niederlande, welche hier dieses Testrennen absolvieren. Morgen wird es sicherlich noch etwas enger werden, denn die Niederländer haben schon früh etwas rausgenommen und fahren hier als Zweite über die Ziellinie.
Well, Germany crossed the line for the win. 3 lengths up on the Netherlands in this test race. Both crews will face each other again in the A-Final. Boat class is getting bigger as we go. That was the lightweight men's quad, and we're into the first of the 2 heats now for the women's 4. Spain in lane 1, Romania in 2, Great Britain 2 in lane 3, Poland in 4, and Great Britain 1 in lane 5. Coming up towards 600 metres in, GB1 currently out in front by perhaps nearly a length ahead of Poland.
Wir kommen zum Frauen-Vierone, dem ersten Vorlauf mit Spanien auf Bahn 1, Rumänien auf Bahn 2, Großbritanniens Zweitboot auf Bahn 3, Polen auf Bahn 4 und Großbritannien das erste Boot auf Bahn 5.
2 to go through to the A-Final. They're coming up through 750. It's looking good for GB1 here, Camilla. Poland looking pretty safe for that second place, but I wonder whether Romania can get back in the action. They're a strong combination.
Yeah, they really are, and I'd have expected them to be up here at the front of the field, riding with Great Britain. All of this crew at one stage in their career, European champions from the women's 8, whether that be in 2020 or 2021. But they are currently going to have to pluck off a couple of crews ahead of them. Poland, who ride in second place at the moment behind Great Britain, up at 37 strokes a minute, and currently lead them, by almost a length. They can't quite shake off Romania in third. It's then Great Britain 2 that sit in fourth alongside Spain. But this GBR1 crew, Heidi Long, Roma Keller, Sam Redgrave and Rebecca Shorten now have got clear water by the halfway marker. They dazzled everyone at Belgrade in World Cup 1. They didn't contest Poznan, and it's going to be interesting to see this combination move through the rounds if this is how far they are up ahead of the field at halfway over Poland and Romania.
Es geht nichts weniger als die A-Final-Qualifikation in diesem ersten Vorlauf des Frauen-Vierer ohne Steuerfrau. Und es führt mit deutlichem Vorsprung das erste Boot aus Großbritannien. Sie haben etwas mehr als 2 Längen Vorsprung auf ihre ersten Verfolgerinnen aus Polen. Das polnische Boot wird aber weiterhin unter Druck gesetzt von den Rumäninnen. Hier könnte es also nochmals spannend werden auf der zweiten Streckenhälfte.
Well, it's going to require a lot of maturity for Poland to stay ahead of Romania for that second qualifying spot directly through to the A final. This crew littered with under 23s, but it's going to be right down to the wire here as Romania lift the rating to 38, Tim.
Yeah, it's the Romanian crew, which I fancy for that last spot straight to the A final. It's a crew composed of all Olympians from the Tokyo Olympic Games, and they already at 38 strokes a minute now, pushing on and trying to get ahead of that crew from Poland, who got a 8th place finish at Poznan, or at least 3 of that crew did. But out in front, it's GBR1 with Rebecca Shorten there in the stroke seat, cruising at 36 strokes a minute, and several lengths of clear water ahead of the fighting Romanian and Polish fours, who are going stroke for stroke. It's dead level as they pass my commentary position, so that's going to be a very tight finish, with the Polish crew also raising the rate. They're at 36 strokes a minute, so they still have some gears to go to, whereas the Romanian crew is already at 38 strokes a minute. But we do know that the Romanian crews can raise a finish rhythm of 44 and higher. So we'll see as they come towards you, Pete. But there is no need for that crew from Great Britain, GBR1, to sprint, because they are comfortably ahead.
Yeah, they're looking good out in front, aren't they? 36 strokes a minute, and they've got a really safe margin up on this tussle between Romania and Poland for that second A final position from this first heat for the women's 4. It's really good to see this GBR1 boat doing so well out in front, stroked by Rebecca Shorten. She's usually in that GB8. We've seen them split now into these 2 GB4s, and one of them looking pretty safe to go through. Romania trying to build pace here. They're moving up from 3rd into 2nd, and they've gone up to 43 strokes a minute. Amalia Berez in the stroke seat there now takes them to 44, so they're really trying to put a distance in on Poland.
Nur noch etwa 150 Meter zurückzulegen für das führende Boot aus Großbritannien. Dahinter ist es aber ganz knapp zwischen Rumänien und Polen. Polen lange Zeit in Führung, am Schluss dann die Rumäninnen, welche hier die Führung übernommen haben und nun auf dem 2. Platz sind und also auf dem A-Final berechtigten Platz.
GB1 takes the win, 2 lengths up on Romania. They go through to the A final, and then 3/4 of a length down we find Poland, who will lead the way into the repechage to be joined by GB2 and Spain, finishing in 4th and 5th. So now we're going to find out who's joining GB1 and Romania in that A final. The second heat is already underway. We've got China 1 in 1, China 2 in lane 2, Italy in 3, France in 4, and New Zealand in lane 5. Coming through 500 metres, Italy had the lead, and they're still holding on to it. Not by much, though, just 45 hundredths of a second ahead of China 1. So it'll be interesting to see how China build pace into this race. They're currently riding in 2nd, but not holding much ahead of New Zealand here, Camilla. The Kiwis tend to build pace into the race, don't they? They're not always the fastest starters, but they manage to hold such a high boat speed through the middle 1,000.
Yeah, so true. That style that became so characteristic of the dominant Kiwi pairs seems to have kind of infiltrated through the squad, and so we'd expect New Zealand to be moving through the pack in the middle stages of this race. But two crews currently sitting ahead of them, Italy and China one. Italy with the lead in the first 500 metres, but it's just been snatched off them by China one. This new four combination now hurtling towards the halfway marker. It's got two members on board from that silver medal winning women's 8 in Poznan, Xu Xingyi and Zhang Xuxian in the bow seat, then joining the two bronze medalists in the middle pair from the women's 8, and it seems to be making for a good combination that is beating out the other Chinese crew, China 2 in lane number 2 by some lengths, but it's going to be close for these top two spots through to the A final, because just as predicted, the All Blacks New Zealand now starting to wind through the field, and they're coming on to terms with Italy, who sit in second place behind China by just a canvas.
Das chinesische Boot wird angefeuert von Jiao Zhongguo, rufen der chinesischen Fans, und sie führen in diesem zweiten Vorlauf. Sie führen allerdings nur ganz knapp vor der italienischen Mannschaft, und eigentlich ist es ein Dreikampf, denn ganz auf der anderen Seite des Sees ist es die neuseeländische Mannschaft, die hier auch noch ein Wörtchen mitreden möchte um einen dieser beiden begehrten A-Finalplätze. 1, 2, 3, China 1, Italien, Neuseeland. Wir nähern uns der 1500-Meter-Marke. Nochmal zurück zu Camilla.
Well, 3 bow balls coming into alignment to prepare for the sprint to the line, and only 2 spaces available in the A final, Tim.
Yeah, and one crew going to be horribly disappointed, but it is very close. We have that very quick crew from China 1 racing in lane number 1, who are in the lead, but it's about half a length ahead of Italy in the center lane, with the crew from New Zealand building speed as they come towards the last 500 meters. But I think Italy and New Zealand are about level as they come towards my position here. It is still China 1 out in front, 35 strokes a minute, and they are ahead, but it's half a length in front of Italy and New Zealand. New Zealand now trying to make a move and move past the Italians. They have done so. They're in second position, but it's a quarter of a canvas, so it's at almost that level as they come to, past me. France is trying to keep in contact with the crew from Italy and New Zealand, but they have a lot of work to do to get straight to the A final. But China also feeling the pressure from the New Zealanders, who have moved into second position more convincingly.
Yeah, the Kiwis moving up into second, taking away Italy's chance at a slot into the A final. France not out of it yet either, but it's looking pretty solid for China out in front, holding a quarter of a length ahead of New Zealand, who really have found their pace into this last 500 metres here. They're the fastest boat and closing in on China's lead rapidly.
Ja, die Neuseeländerinnen auf Bahn 5 machen hier mächtig Druck auf die Chinesinnen, auf die führenden Chinesinnen auf Bahn 1. Also ein harter Kampf zwischen den beiden Außenbahnen. Momentan sieht es so aus, dass Neuseeland noch an den Chinesinnen vorbeiziehen kann. Sie haben momentan die höchste Bootsgeschwindigkeit von den Crews hier auf der Strecke. Also ganz spannend, wer wird hier den ersten und zweiten Platz besetzen, also die beiden finalberechtigten Plätze.
Well, New Zealand draw level with China into the last 50 metres. They've got the momentum behind them, so we could see them move through China in this last 30 or 40 metres. Italy a length down on this tussle for first and second. It's 2 to go through to the A final. It will be New Zealand and China, but who's going to make the better of it, and therefore the first choice in the selection? It's New Zealand by a bow ball ahead of China. So the New Zealand sprint was strong enough to see them move into the lead. Third place, Italy. Fourth place, France, and then fifth place, China 2. We'll see them go through to the repechage. Well, that was the second of the 2 heats for the women's 4. The next race is the first of the two heats for the men's four, due off at 11 o'clock. So we've got a very brief intermission now, only 8 or so minutes before the next race gets started. Just enough time for a quick toilet break and to grab yourselves a coffee and get yourselves seated again. So the next race is the first heat for the men's four in 8 minutes' time.
Wir haben eine kurze Pause von 8 Minuten, bevor es weitergeht mit dem ersten Vorlauf im Männer-Vierone, unter anderem mit Australien, den Olympiasiegern vom letzten Jahr. Also ganz, ganz spannend. Dann der Vierone der Männer. Also zuerst eine kurze Pause, nehmen Sie einen Kaffee und machen sich wieder bereit für den zweiten Teil der Vorläufe am heutigen Morgen.
Well, after our brief intermission, the next race is underway. It's the first of the heats for the men's 4. We've got Australia 1 in lane 1, Italy 2 in lane 2, Poland in 3, Ukraine in 4, Italy 1 in lane 5 and Australia 2 in lane 6.
Wir kommen zum ersten Rennen in Männer 4 Rhone mit Australien 1 auf Bahn 1, Italien 2 auf Bahn 2, Polen auf Bahn 3, Ukraine auf Bahn 4, Italien 1 auf Bahn 5, Australien 2 auf Bahn 6. Australien 1, die Olympiasieger vom letzten Jahr, neu mit Joseph O'Brien am Schlag, also ein Wechsel im Vergleich zum Vorjahr. Und Polen mit Michalej Burda auf der dritten Position. Er wird heute 40 Jahre alt. Do you know, Pete? Michalej Burda, he has his birthday today, 40 years.
40 years old today. Happy birthday to him, hey? That's a great milestone, and he's celebrating it out there on the water. Currently riding in 3rd place, but under a lot of pressure. The Aussies out in front, as you'd expect, the 3 of which are the Olympic champions from Tokyo last year, now joined by Jack O'Brien in the stroke seat, setting the rhythm there at 42 strokes a minute. They've held the highest rating coming into the 500 here. It's the first boat only through to the A final, so the toughest of the progression systems that we see in any of these heats. Only one to go through means the pressure really is on, and Aussie number 1 are absolutely out to go and get it. 600 metres in, and it's really beautiful conditions here on the Rotsee. There's a slight tailwind, the sun's shining, and our all-star commentary team out there. We've got Tim von Vliet at 1500, but at the 1000 we've got Camilla Hadland-Horrocks, joined by Timon Vernas, who is going to be the new chief exec of the Lucerne Regatta, starting in August. Now, Timon, I hope you're well. Best of luck with the new endeavour. A quick question for you. Obviously, you're taking over as the chief executive for the Lucerne Regatta. I'm sure you were handed, as you'd expect, a very clean and crisp and clear instruction manual for how to run the regatta.
Thank you very much for that very nice introduction, Pete. Yeah, indeed. I'm experiencing the handover now live on stage, basically. As of today, fully focusing on my role as a commentator, but I'm very much looking forward to that new challenge, and it's going to be very, very exciting, and it's a fantastic opportunity to work together with a really great organizing committee, a lot of super volunteers on this regatta in the coming years. But now it's time to focus on the racing. Camilla, what's happening?
Indeed, and look, as we'd said, the expected happening here through 1,000 metres in that 3/4 of that Olympic gold medal winning crew from Australia, plus Jack O'Brien from Sydney University in the stroke seat, is flying along. They've got almost half a length of clear water between them and the 2 Italian crews that are neck and neck. No survivors here from either Italian crew from that silver medal winning combination from Tokyo. It's a changing of the guard here for Italy, but I think it is just Italy too sneaking out ahead of their compatriots over in lane number 5, but all still very close and all to play for here, with the Netherlands and Australia too sitting ahead of Ukraine.
Ja, nicht ganz überraschend ist es das australische Boot, welches hier dieses Rennen deutlich anführt. 3 von 4 Olympiasiegern aus dem 4er Rhone, die in Tokio gewonnen haben. Nur neu dabei ist Joseph O'Brien, er in Tokio noch im 8er am Start. Sie führen dieses Rennen und werden sich allen voraussichtlich direkt für das A-Finale qualifizieren. Nur das erste Boot kommt nämlich direkt weiter. Zurück zu Camilla und dann weiter zu Tim bei 1500 Meter.
Well, this Australian combination certainly doesn't look to have slowed down, having removed Alex Hill. He'll be racing in the pair. We've seen him already this morning, but Jack O'Brien, joined by Jack Hargreaves, Spence Turin and Alex Purnell, is looking electric, Tim.
Yeah, they're flying across the Rotsee this morning. They look... they look very composed at the 1500, trucking along at 38 strokes a minute and leading by clear water over the crew from the Italy 2 crew in 2nd position. The 3rd position is still firmly in the hands of Italy 1, but they can see the charge unfolding behind them, coming from Poland and from Australia too. But it is that class crew from Australia racing from lane 1, Australia 1 in the lead and looking good to get that one spot into the A final.
Yeah, I think if I had to bank on anybody getting through from this race, it would certainly be that Aussie 1 boat. They've just got such immense boat speed, and they've pulled out to an enormous margin on second place, which is still the Italians who've clung on to second throughout, really, here. Italy 2, that Comini, Gaetani, Liceo, Monfrecola and Di Colandrea. A very, very useful four they've got there, holding out ahead of their fellow countrymen, Covini, Cascone, Verita and Codato. Italy 1 currently riding in third. But it's only one boat to go through. Aussie 1 looking pretty safe.
Nur ein Boot wird sich direkt für das A-Finale qualifizieren und das wird Australien sein. Die Olympiasieger vom vergangenen Jahr sind auch in diesem Jahr wieder ultraschnell unterwegs, führen dieses Rennen mit 2 Längen Vorsprung an vor beiden italienischen Booten, welche hier um die Plätze 2 und 3 kämpfen.
Australia 1's Alexander Pertnell, Spencer Turin, Jack Hargreaves and Jack O'Brien take the win in this first heat for the men's 4, nearly 2 lengths up on Italy 2, who have a length up on Italy 1. That's the 2-3, and then 4th place goes to Poland, just over half a length up on Australia 2 for 5th, and then 6th place Ukraine. They'll all race again in the rep. On to the second heat now for the men's 4, now passing through 600 metres. We've got the Czech Republic in lane 1, Japan in 2, Romania in 3, Great Britain in lane 4 and Germany in lane 5. Romania out in front, not by much though here, Camilla. I mean, pressure's on. Great Britain perhaps a quarter of a length behind them and Germany just under a length behind them.
Yeah, and Romania overrating Great Britain here by 6 strokes a minute. They're up at 43, which I must say, very characteristic here of the Romanians. But it is giving them the lead at this point in time. It's equating to boat speed, but Great Britain matching them on boat speed and now, in fact, just starting to accelerate through 600 metres gone at a much lower rate. They're down at 37 strokes a minute and are closing the gap now with every stroke as they settle onto pace. These two crews just piercing out in front of the rest of the field. The closest to them, Germany at the moment. They won the B final back at World Cup 2 in Poznan, but clinging on with their fingernails here to these two fast-moving crews from Great Britain and Romania. Romania will come here with confidence. 3 of their crew from the silver medal-winning Olympic Games crew from Tokyo with the new stroke seat, Florian Lahachi in the stroke seat, but Great Britain now making their move, and a small look round there from Freddie Davison in the stroke seat just to see that they are on terms man for man with Romania at the front of the field.
Die Rumänen haben über die ersten 1000 Meter dieses Rennen angeführt. Sie wurden aber von Anfang an bedrängt von den Briten. Trotz ihrer charakteristischen hohen Schlagzahl konnten sie die Bootsgeschwindigkeit der Briten nicht ganz mitgehen auf den letzten 100 Metern. Die Briten nun also ganz knapp in Führung. Wir freuen uns natürlich auf das Fernduell mit der australischen Crew. In Henley war es super knapp zwischen diesen beiden Mannschaften. Mehr dazu dann im weiteren Verlauf dieses Wochenendes. Auf dem 3. Platz ist es die deutsche Mannschaft. Sie waren 7. am 2. Weltcup in Poznan, werden hier also auch alles dran setzen, ins A-Finale noch zu gelangen.
Great Britain have granted themselves one more pip on the rating. They're now at 37 strokes a minute in comparison to Romania's 42, and they have closed and moved into the lead now, Tim.
Yeah, the British have done what I expected them to do in the third 500. It's that signature move from GB to move in that and make the difference in the third 500, and they've done so quite convincingly. 37 strokes a minute compared to the very high rating and crew from Romania, who have shortened up their stroke quite significantly in the last couple of 100 meters. And GB is just walking away. They are striding out to almost 3/4, almost a full length lead, as they go past my commentary position at the 1500, and they look set to take that single spot straight to the A final. And the Romanians are really struggling. In third position at the moment, it's the crew from Germany with Thijs Hagemeister in the bow seat. They have a lot of work to do to catch up to GB, so I don't think they'll be in contention for a spot straight into the A final. But my God, what a move from GB there in the third 500, wouldn't you say so, Pete?
Yeah, amazing push this. They're underrating everybody by 3 or 4 pips, and they have the better boat speed by a significant amount. They're up there at 5.6, 5.7 meters per second, the rest down at 5.3, 5.4. So every stroke they're taking nearly a meter out of everyone else. So they're just absolutely blistering in terms of pace and continuing to pull away from Romania. It's nearly 2 lengths coming to the last 200 meters after Romania had a length up on them.
Ja, die Briten haben sich auf den ersten 1000 Meter etwas zurückgehalten, aber dafür danach umso stärker aufgedreht. Sie führen dieses Rennen mit über 2 Längen Vorsprung an auf die ersten Verfolger, auf die Rumänen, welche im vergangenen Jahr noch die Silbermedaille in Tokio gewonnen haben. Hier nun ebenfalls auf der 2. Position, also nicht die auf dem direkten A-Final-Qualifikationsplatz.
Will Stewart, Sam Nunn, Matt Aldridge and Freddie Davidson for Great Britain take the win in this second heat for the men's 4. Nearly 2 lengths up on Romania for second. Third will be Germany, not by much though, because the Czech Republic have put in a solid sprint here. Germany by half a length on the Czech Republic, who have 3/4 of length on Japan. So Great Britain go through to the A final, the rest to the repechage. Moving on now to the first of the heats for the women's single sculls. We've got a 6-sculler lineup here. Victoria Senkuta for Lithuania 2 in lane 1. Lenka Antosova for the Czech Republic in 2. Yonakawa Shihov for Japan in 3. Alexandra Förster for Germany in 4. Georgie Gleeson for Australia 1 in lane 5. And Emma Lunati for France 1 in lane 6.
Erster Vorlauf im Frauen-Einer. Wir haben auf der Bahn 1 Litauen, 2 auf der Bahn 2 die Tschechische Republik, auf der Bahn 3 Japan, auf der Bahn 4 Deutschland, auf der Bahn 5 Australien, das erste Boot, auf der Bahn 6 Frankreich, das erste Boot.
Well, they're coming up through 700 meters in, and it's Antosova out in front by a pretty good margin here, Camilla. Lunati currently in second.
Yeah, and I think maybe we've seen crews that have contested both of the World Cups this season, Belgrade, Poznan, starting to come onto form here in World Cup 3, and maybe just that little bit more international race practice doing them wonders, and that's exactly what Lenka Antosova has done here for the Czech Republic. This is her 3rd World Cup on the bounce, and seeming to be doing her lots of favours here as she leads out the field ahead of France's Emma Lunati. Lunati will have fond memories of racing here in Lucerne on the Rotsee. She was part of that women's quad scull that qualified at the final Olympic qualification regatta here for France to see them through to the Tokyo Olympic Games. But now contesting in a much smaller boat, the single scull, and looking to nab one of those 2 spots through to the AB semi-final directly. But as we know, in the small boats, it's never over until it's over. And really hot in pursuit here, Germany's junior and under-23 world champion, Alexandra Förster, an absolute force of nature here. She sits in 3rd, but I would not expect the 20-year-old to sit there for long as she starts to power through the field. And in fact, as they go through halfway, she gets her bow ball into 2nd for the first time in this race, looking extremely chilled at 31 strokes a minute.
Der erste Vorlauf der Frauen-Einer ist unterwegs und es führt Lenka Antosova aus der Tschechischen Republik. Sie führt mit 2 Längen Vorsprung vor einem Zweikampf. Der Zweikampf nämlich zwischen Alexandra Förster vom Ruderclub Meschede, einer sehr erfolgreichen U23 und Juniorin-Ruderin, und Emma Lunati du Club d'Aviron Grenoblois. Donc pour les amis francophones, c'est le temps de supporter Emma Lunati qui en ce moment se bat pour une 2e position qui va l'amener en semi-finale dans cette première manche du skiff des femmes.
Well, Lenka Antosova of the Czech Republic out in front. Then a real battle for second, currently being won by Förster of Germany ahead of Lunati of France. It's then Australia ahead of Senkuta of Lithuania and Japan at the back of the field here, but only 2 spots through, Tim.
Yeah, and the real question is who's going to get second come the finish line at 2,000 meters. It's Antosova from the Czech Republic leading comfortably, as you said, Camilla, 31 strokes a minute, and she's she's over a length up on second placed Andrea Förster from Germany, who is trying to get her skiff ahead of the French sculler Lunati, who is racing here in lane 6, and they're having a great tussle between them, and they might heat, and the battle may heat up in the final 500, and that means that Antosova from the Czech Republic needs to keep her eye out on those 2 crews on her left, because Andrea Förster is definitely making a move. She's at 32 strokes a minute, but she has the superior boat speed, and she's moving towards the front of the field, but doing so almost stealthily. She doesn't look. She looks very relaxed. It's all going very smoothly, but she's trying to make a move, and it's just a canvas now for the lead in this first heat of the women's singles. So it's definitely going to hot up as they come towards you, Peter. Will it be the young Andrea Förster for a win here in the first heat of the women's singles?
Yeah, well, Förster is level with Antosova. It's neck and neck, this, isn't it? I mean, Antosova's at 30, Förster's at 33. We'll see whether Förster can really move up through. She's starting to do so now. This better boat speed coming with her higher rating, and she's starting to take into the lead. But that second place is also looking pretty safe, because Lunati a little bit off the pace there, 2 lengths down if she wants to contend for a place into the AB Semi.
Ja, Alexander Förster hat ihm auf den zweiten 1000 Metern sehr stark aufgedreht. Bei 1000 noch auf der zweiten Position. Jetzt hat sie die Führung übernommen. Sie führt etwa eine knappe Länge vor Lenka Antosova, die ehemalige Europameisterin von 2017 im Doppelzweier, nun im Einer unterwegs und fährt hier einem 2. Platz entgegen. Die ersten beiden Boote werden sich für das Halbfinale qualifizieren. Momentan sieht es so aus, dass diese Plätze an Deutschland und die Tschechische Republik gehen wird.
Into the last 100 meters here, and the pace has eased off slightly. Germany still at 34 strokes a minute, but just looking so comfortable and composed. Alexandra Förster looks amazing out in the lead here. No real response from Lenka Antosova of the Czech Republic. I think still just comfortable to tick it over in second place. But on the far side, Lunati up to 36, trying to put the pressure on. She's got overlap with Antosova. I think she's just going to run out of water to try and contend a place into the AB Semi. Förster takes the win, a length and 3/4 up on Antosova for second, who has half a length on Lunati. So that means that Förster and Antosova will progress through to the AB Semi. Lunati finishing third ahead of Senkuta in fourth. Fifth place, Gleeson for Australia. And sixth place, Yonakawa will go through to the repechage. The second of the 3 heats for the women's singles is approaching halfway. We've got Zhong Ling for China 1 in lane 1, Audrey Futry for France 2 in lane 2, Beatriz Cunha Tavares Cardoso for Brazil in lane 3, Wang Zifeng for China 2 in lane 4, Janine Gmelin for Switzerland 1 in lane 5, and Salome Ulrich for Switzerland 2 in lane 6. They're coming up through the 1,000, and Camilla is looking good for Janine Gmelin of Switzerland out in front here, but pressure's on from China.
Yeah, and actually, you know, that little bit of home spirit, I think, for Gmelin of Switzerland is going to be pushing her through ahead of the Olympic champion from the women's quadruple sculls, Zhong Ling, who's over in lane number 1. She's almost got a length now. She goes through the halfway marker, and Gmelin, who is just so fierce, despite not being quite as tall as some of the other competitors in the women's single field, she always managed to make her length count, and she sits now up on Zhong by a length, top 2 through to the AB semi-finals. And if we look back to who could still be in contention, I think it's actually the second Chinese sculler, Wang Zifeng, who sits in third, not quite as comfortably ahead of the rest of the field. Then the Brazilian in fourth, currently ahead of France's Futry in lane number 2. And then the other home sculler, Ulrich of Switzerland, at the back of the field, the surviving member of the women's quad from Switzerland. Unfortunately, the rest of her crew dealt with COVID this weekend at their home regatta. Such a shame, but great to see her here contesting the single. But Swiss interest still very much in this race, in Janine Gemelin out in front.
Ja, Janine Gemelin führt diesen zweiten Vorlauf des Fraueneiners an. Sie führt mit relativ komfortablem Vorsprung vor der ersten chinesischen Verfolgerin namens Ling Zhang und wird allen voraussichtlich sich souverän für das Semifinale morgen qualifizieren können. Ebenfalls am Start in diesem zweiten Vorlauf aus der Schweiz Salome Ulrich. Sie aus Ebikon hat also das Rennen in ihrer eigenen Heimat gestartet auf dem Ebikoner Gemeinsboden und sie ist quasi übrig geblieben aus dem Schweizer Doppelvier, der heute leider nicht am Start ist aufgrund von zahlreichen Covid-Fällen. Sie versucht hier am Ende des Feldes noch den Anschluss zu halten.
Well, a third of the field here, Swiss, Tim. I'm sure we're going to hear the cowbells going soon.
Yeah, and I do actually hear them already for both Janine Gemelin and Simone Ulrich from Switzerland. And it is Gemelin who has taken the lead, and she's really taken the initiative. She's at 34 strokes a minute, moving away and trying to make sure she gets that first spot here and goes straight to the AB semi-final. On the far side, we can see Olympic gold medalist Zhang Ling. She is in second position, and she's also looking very comfortable as well. But she is almost a full length behind the first sculler from Switzerland as they come towards you, Peter, at the finish.
Yeah, coming into the last 350 or so metres, Gemelin still out in front and has now built up a much safer margin ahead of Zhang Ling, who led through the first 500. So nervous moment for the Swiss then, seeing Janine Gemelin in second place through the 500, but she's now moved up to a pretty comfortable margin, so they'll be breathing easy here as they see her looking pretty safe for one of those two spots into the AB semi-final from this. But Michael, you're my co-commentator up here in the tower. How does it feel watching Janine racing in the heats and looking to progress through to the latter rounds? It's always tough competition, the women's singles.
Yeah, and it's great to see her back after a longer break. Now she's back at the last World Cup. She finished second in the single, and now she also tries to be again on the podium this weekend. Janine Gemelin führt dieses Rennen hier an im Vorlauf, im zweiten Vorlauf des Fraueneiners. Sie hat eine komfortable Führung über die anderen Boote. Also es sieht ganz gut aus für die Schweizerin. Die zweite Schweizerin, die hier gestartet ist, Salome Ulrich, sie wird sich noch etwas schonen für den Hoffnungslauf, momentan auf Position 6 rudern. Aber wir werden sie am Nachmittag nochmals sehen.
Janine Gemelin for Switzerland crosses the line for the win, ahead of, on the near side, Zhang Ling for China 1. So those are the two spots into the AB semi-final. Third place goes to Wang Zifeng for China 2, nearly 2 lengths up on the Brazilian Cunha Tavares Cardoso, who takes fourth. Fifth is Audrey Futry for France, and then sixth place Salome Ulrich for Switzerland. They'll go through to the repechage. Well, with 5-minute centres, the racing is continuing to come through thick and fast. The third and last heat for the women's single sculls is already approaching halfway. Jovana Arsic for Serbia in lane 1, Siri Eva Christensen for Norway in 2, Diana Dimchenko for Azerbaijan in lane 3, Virginia Diaz-Rivas for Spain in 4, Kirsten Gudger for New Zealand in lane 5, and Tara Rigney for Australia 2 in lane 6. Coming up through the 1,000, how's it looking, Camilla?
Well, still lots of opportunity to get into those top two spots into the AB semi-final. But for now, it's 3/4 of a length to Tara Rigney of Australia ahead of Dimchenko of Azerbaijan. But in that second spot, it's certainly not a safe one because Jovana Arsic of Serbia is really trying to put the work in here. 20 strokes through the 1,000 metres, and she's drawing ever closer to Dimchenko. Those three scullers with clear water of about 1/4 of a length between them and Diaz-Rivas of Spain, who will be desperately trying to get into that AB semi-final after a great season. But as it stands at the moment, it's Tara Rigney of Australia leading the way.
Ja, wie Camilla bereits sagte, Tara Rigney aus Australien, sie führt diesen dritten Vorlauf an. Sie führt allerdings mit einem nicht allzu komfortablen Vorsprung vor einem packenden Zweikampf zwischen Diana Dymczenko aus Aserbaidschan und Jovana Arsic aus Serbien. Diese beiden werden sich bis zur Ziellinie einen erbitterten Kampf um diesen zweiten Platz geben, denn dieser zweite Platz ist relevant, um direkt ins Halbfinale zu kommen.
Well, Tara Rigney, the 23-year-old from Sydney, Australia, out of the women's double scull now into the single. It's a lot more lonely, but she's certainly making the most of it, Tim.
Yeah, she's doing great here in the single, and she actually moved out to a slightly bigger lead than she had at the 1000. But still, I think those three crews, Jovana Arsic, Diana Dymczenko, and Tara Rigney, are still within 3/4 of a length, with the Australians still leading as they come to the last 500 meters. But I can see a change of pace coming from Dymczenko from Azerbaijan here in the centre lane as she tries to draw level with Rigney from Australia, who looks to her right to see where the opposition is, and I think she's going to make a move coming towards the finish because she has she isn't perfectly safe, although saying that, looking towards Jovana Arsic from Serbia, she's struggling a bit in the closing stages of this race, and I think that might be enough for Dymczenko and Rigney to progress straight to the semi-final. But already they're out of view from my commentary position. So Pete, how's it looking from where you're sitting?
Well, Diana Dymczenko's getting back into this action, as we've said. 5th through the 500, 2nd through 1500, and closing in on Rigney very, very quickly. It's first two to go through, so we're not seeing much of a response from Rigney over on the far side. The one who may just miss out is Jovana Arsic, who was tinkering between 2nd and 3rd through that middle 1000. And she may well run out of water if she can't keep pace with the Diana Dymczenko from Azerbaijan, who's now really contesting the front of the field.
Ja, wir haben eine Doppelführung hier für Australien und Aserbaidschan. Diana Dymczenko, die bis im letzten Jahr noch für die Ukraine gestartet ist, neu für Aserbaidschan am Start. Sie versucht hier die Führung zu bedrängen von Tara Rigney. Allerdings wird das nicht sehr einfach. Tara Rigney hat in diesem Moment reagiert. Sie fährt mit einer Schlagzahl von 32 Schlägen ihrem Sieg hier entgegen. Auf dem zweiten Platz dann Diana Dymczenko.
Well, Tara Rigney's going for it over on the far side. Dymczenko having a quick look around, just assessing where they are. And we often see her in the blue and yellow of Ukraine, but here now racing for Azerbaijan. She's got overlap with Rigney. These two looking pretty safe for the AB semi-final as we see Rigney cross the line just under a length ahead of Dymczenko. Coming in for 3rd place then is Jovana Arsic for Serbia, nearly half a length ahead of Diaz Rivas for Spain in 4th. 5th place looking likely to be Gudja of New Zealand ahead of 6th place, the Norwegian Christensen. They'll go through to the repechage. On now from the women's single sculls to the men's single sculls. The first heat's already approaching halfway. We've got Callum Dixon for Great Britain 2 in lane 1. Luca Rambaldi for Italy in 2. Scott Berlocher for Switzerland in 3. Simon Keenan for Australia 1 in lane 4. And Yanis Romanovsky for Germany 1 in lane 5. They're just passing through the halfway. Great Britain in front.
Yeah, Great Britain's Callum Dixon with a length lead through the halfway, but behind him he can see chaos erupting as we've got 4 sculls all within half a length of one another as Italy sit level currently with Germany 1. That's Rambaldi of Italy, Romanovsky of Germany, Baubel for Baubel in 2nd place. Top 4 go through to the quarter-final. So currently it's Scott Berlocher tussling it out with Simon Keenan of Australia, all behind Dixon, who only made his debut in the single scull this season for Great Britain. Surprising to see a few new names in this single scull. Lots of changes going on within squads because of illness and injury. Simon Keenan we'd usually expect to see with one blade in hand from the men's 8 for Australia. The Yale graduate, not often seen in the single, so not surprising to see him near the back of the field, but still with overlap and contention for those top 4 spots.
Nach wie vor in Führung Callum Dixon aus Großbritannien. Er scheint einem sicheren Vorlaufsieg hier entgegenzurudern. Dahinter aber ist es ziemlich knapp im Kampf um einen Platz für die direkte Viertelfinalqualifikation. Der Badener Elektrotechnikstudent Scott Berlocher, er momentan auf dem 4. Platz oder sogar auf dem 3. Platz, hat sich nun einen Platz vorgekämpft, also voll im Rennen um hier eine direkte Qualifikation für das Viertelfinale.
Oh, Callum Dixon chugging away for Great Britain at the front of the field. Behind him, Rambaldi of Italy. But in the absence of Oliver Zeidler, the German sculler Janis Romanovsky certainly doing well in his place here, Tim.
Yeah, Romanovsky is doing great, but he has to keep an eye out to Keenan from Australia, because those two crews are battling it out not to get last in this heat. With 4 crews progressing to the quarterfinals, it looks good for Callum Dixon, Rambaldi and Berloch from Switzerland, but we have a great tussle between Keenan and Romanovsky for 4th place and last place to the quarterfinals. But out in front, it's the young Briton Callum Dixon leading this field as they come towards you, Peter, and we'll keep an eye on that race for 4th and 5th between Keenan and Romanovsky.
Yeah, this is a great confidence builder for Callum Dixon. 4th through the 500, leading by the 1,000 and still holding on to it. Not by much, though, as we see Rambaldi start to really wind it up for the finish here. It's the first 4 through to the quarterfinal, so, you know, it's one of those races to not be last and be one of the few who has to go directly into the E-final if they're one of the slowest from these heats. So it's all down to time then, and you don't want to be questioning what you might be going on to next and having to wait through the remaining heats. But Callum Dixon for Great Britain too, looking good out in front, but here comes Rambaldi drawing level just in the last 10 metres or so.
Ja, der Italiener Luca Rambaldi, in den letzten 4 Jahren im Doppel-4 unterwegs, jetzt neu im Einer unterwegs, hat in diesem Moment die Führung übernommen in diesem ersten Vorlauf im Männer-Einer. Also Luca Rambaldi knapp vor Callum Dixon und dahinter dann, dass wir die Schweizer Fans natürlich freuen, Scott Berlocher noch ganz knapp vor dem Deutschen Janis Romankowski. Also die Schweiz kann sich freuen, dass sich Scott Berlocher voraussichtlich direkt für den Viertelfinale qualifizieren wird.
Luca Rambaldi moves out into the lead by half a length and holds it across the line ahead of Callum Dixon for Great Britain, who takes 2nd, a length ahead of 3rd place Berlocher, who's just perhaps half a metre, if that, ahead of Romanovsky of Germany for 4th. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4. That means Simon Keenan for Australia is in the danger zone, and we'll have to wait out the remaining heats to find out if he's going through to the quarterfinal or through to the E-final. That was the first of the 6 heats for the men's single scull. So a lot of entries in this boat class. Second heat already underway, passing through 800. We've got Jordi Jofre Sincales of Spain in lane 1. Graham Thomas for Great Britain 1 in 2. Dusan Slavnic for Serbia 1 in lane 3. Mbudzeni Masuta for South Africa in 4. And Viktor Pivac for Serbia 2 in lane 5. They're going through 800 already. Graham Thomas out in front. Not by much, though, here, Camilla. Pivac hot on his heels.
Yeah, Pivac, a master of all boat types, it seems. The Serbian sculler, rower. He's been in the men's 4. He's been in the pair, in the double, in the single. He's certainly sort of, you know, operated across a lot of boat types and is challenging Graham Thomas here hard as they come in towards 1,000 metres gone. And the other sculler that we really need to watch out for, Jofre Sincales of Spain in lane number 1, who is also coming up onto terms with Pivac. These two surrounding Thomas through the halfway marker. 3/4 of a length he's got in this top spot. The first 4 go through to the quarter-final, remember, so lots of cushion for these top 3 athletes who are clear water ahead of the second sculler from Serbia, Slavnic, who sits in lane number 3, and back to Masuta of South Africa, who again sits in that danger seat back at the back of the field.
Thomas Graham aus Großbritannien, der Dritte in Belgrad, er führt diesen zweiten Vorlauf des Männer-Einers an, wird verfolgt, aber relativ dicht vom spanischen Athleten auf der ersten Bahn, direkt bei euch, liebe Zuschauerinnen und Zuschauer. Ganz auf der Außenbahn dann ist es der serbische Athlet, das zweite Boot aus Serbien, Viktor Pivac, der von seinem Vater gecoacht wird. Er derzeit auf der dritten Position und am Ende des Feldes, da ist eigentlich der entscheidende Zweikampf zwischen dem Viert- und Fünftplatzierten, denn die ersten 4 qualifizieren sich direkt fürs Viertelfinale. Dieser Kampf geht momentan zu Ungunsten des Athleten aus Südafrika, aus Mbudzeni Masuta. Er derzeit auf dem 5. Platz. Vielleicht kommt er noch mal ran, der Dritte aus den Juniorenweltmeisterschaften von 2017.
Well, it seems Jofre Senciales and Pivac of Spain and Serbia still racing hard behind Graham Thomas of Great Britain now, with the men's single being one of the most hotly contested events. 6 heats to progress through to quarters, semis, then finals. Do they really want to be wasting all this energy, Tim?
Well, yeah, that's an excellent question, but at the moment they're really going for it, and Graham Thomas from Great Britain in the lead, but he's having to work for it, because Jofre Senciales from Spain is right on his heels, and Pivac from Serbia in lane number 6 still going strong and actually rating 36 strokes a minute, and he's really making a move and trying to get out of the sprint for the line for that last spot and that danger zone to the E-final, perhaps. That is a race currently contested by Slavnik from Serbia and Masuta from South Africa, and there's precious little between these two athletes as they come towards you, Peter.
Yeah, just 350 metres to go. GB still out in front, Graham Thomas. And Spain is starting to move up still. 36 strokes a minute, has moved already through Pivac. Jofre Senciales, he's a powerful athlete on the near side of this course and is starting to get overlap with Graham Thomas. First 4 to go through, so the danger seat still Masuta at the back of the pack. Just over a length to try and get into contention with Slavnic if he wants to move into the quarter-final. You can see Masuta now up to 37, 38 strokes a minute, trying to move up through that Serbian.
Graham Thomas hat geführt bei 500 Meter, bei 1000 Meter, bei 1500 Meter und er ist noch immer in Führung, wird aber bedrängt vom Spanier, vom Jofre Senciales auf der Bahn 1. Es ist noch weniger als eine Bootslänge zwischen den beiden und Jofre Senciales etwas mit der höheren Bootsgeschwindigkeit, also ein Zweikampf an der Spitze zwischen Großbritannien und Spanien, dahinter dann Viktor Pivac von Serbien.
The sprint is on. Masuta and Slavnic neck and neck for that place into the quarters, but crossing the line for the win. Graham Thomas for Great Britain, 3/4 of a length ahead of Jofre Senciales for second. Third is Pivac. Fourth is just held on to by Dusan Slavnic of Serbia 1. So those 4 go through to the quarterfinals, and Mbudzeni Masuta for South Africa will have to await the remaining heats to conclude to find out whether he's going to the quarters or to the E-final. We move on now to the third heat for the men's singles. We've got 4 scullers lined up here. China in lane 1, Oh Ji-hui. Danny Fridman for Israel in 2. Mohamed Tayeb for Tunisia in 3. And Mathieu Androdias for France 1 in lane 4. 3 seats through to the quarterfinals. They're coming up through 800 metres. And it's Androdias out in front, which is no great surprise there, Camilla.
It really isn't. The Olympic champion from that French double scull, now split into single sculls throughout this season. But Mathieu Androdias is still very, very quick, even by himself. The man from La Rochelle is leading this field, but not by too much, actually, over the Tunisian sculler, Mohamed Tayeb, who is just a canvas down at this point in time through the halfway. But I must say the differences in styles and composure very apparent here. The Tunisian sculler up at 34 strokes a minute compared to Androdias's 31. You can just tell that he's controlling the field the way that he needs to. The French sculler conserving that energy. Back in third place, it's Danny Friedman of Israel. He was 16th at the first World Cup of the season and looking to improve on that here at Lucerne, but currently leading out the debutant from China, Oh Zihui.
Mohamed Tayeb, der Tunesier, bedrängt den Olympiasieger aus Frankreich, Mathieu Androdias, Olympiasieger im Männer-Doppel-2 letztes Jahr in Tokio. Der Zweite in Poznan führt dieses Rennen ganz knapp vor dem Tunesier an. Auf dem dritten Platz ist es Danny Friedman aus Israel. Danny Friedman, ein alter Hase im Rudersport. Er bereits 2006 sein Debüt gegeben auf internationaler Bühne, damals an der Juniorenweltmeisterschaften. Diese drei Boote auf dem Weg in Richtung Viertelfinale. Mit dabei auch der Chinese Jiwei Oh auf der Bahn 1.
Well, it speaks volumes, doesn't it, Tim, that Mathieu Androdias has managed to take the rating down another stroke per minute. He's down at 30 strokes a minute whilst the rest of the field flurries around him.
Yeah, he's in a class of his own and looking comfortable and very smooth indeed as they come towards my commentary position. But it's relatively close still, but it's a great race here. All athletes coming past my commentary position here, and the young debutant from China, Wu Xingwei, is almost, well, he's still in contention. He's really racing his heart out. Little look to his left to see where the opposition is, but he's really trying to remain in contact with the leading crews. But it is a tough heat to be in. Nice tailwind conditions here for all these crews, and they are really making their way towards the finishing line. But it's still the Olympic champion Androdias from France in the lead as they come towards you, Peter.
Yeah, no surprise to see him out in front. Great race for Mohamed Tayeb for Tunisia here, holding on to that second place ahead of Friedman. I think it's pretty clear cut now what the 1, 2, 3 are going to be as they come into the last 350. It's only really Oh Zihui for China, who's just a little bit off the pace, a length and a half down, currently in fourth place when there's 3 places into the quarters.
Ja, Mathieu Androdias, führt dieses Rennen ganz knapp an vor dem Tunesier Mohamed Tayeb. Aber muss nicht mehr wirklich an seine Grenzen gehen, Mathieu Androdias. Er fährt momentan mit einer Schlagzahl von 30, kontrolliert also dieses Rennen, hat aber immer einen guten Blick auf seinen Nachbar auf der Bahn 3. Also er wird sicherlich reagieren können, falls Mohamed Tayeb hier noch versuchen würde, nach vorne zu fahren. Aber momentan sieht es so aus, dass Frankreich vor Tunesien und Israel sich direkt für das Viertelfinale qualifizieren werden.
Into the last 50 metres, positions looking pretty fixed here. We've got Androdias out in front, just under a length on Tayeb, who has under a length on Friedman, who still has just about a length on Oh Zihui. So they're in a perfect echelon formation here as they come across the line, almost as though it was meant to be. And Androdias a length up on Tayeb, a length on Friedman, and just under a length on Oh Zihui. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4 from that third heat of the men's singles. On then to the fourth heat for the men's single sculls. We've got another 4-sculler lineup here. Mark Webber for Germany 2 in lane 1. Hugo Boucheron, France 2 in lane 2. Damir Martin for Croatia in 3. And Privel Hinkati for Benin in lane 4. Now, moving up through 800 metres in, Hugo Boucheron out in front and starting to form a decent chevron formation here, Camilla.
Yeah, that nice arrowhead moving with the tailwind down towards you in the finish tower, Pete. And Hugo Boucheron, the leader of that, the spearhead. He didn't do quite as well in the last World Cup as he'd maybe have hoped, only finishing 12th on that occasion. But we've just seen his partner in crime, Androdias, winning that previous heat. And he's looking to do the same here as he approaches halfway. And he's got much more comfort in this than Androdias did in the previous heat. He's opened up at least a length and a half of clear water ahead of his nearest competitor, who is the German that sits in lane number one, and then Damir Martin sits in lane number 3. Now, of course, a bit of a change here from the scheduled heats to see the German competitor racing Mark Webber in this heat, just because of a late change from the New Zealander dropping out Brooke Robertson, who we were expecting to see in heat number 4. But he's doing well. He's up in second position here, Mark Webber, and ahead of the Olympic silver medalist Damir Martin of Croatia.
Es ist Hugo Boucheron, der Zweite aus dem Männerdoppelzweier, ebenfalls Olympiasieger in Tokio. Er führt diesen 4. Vorlauf an, führt vor Mark Webber aus Deutschland und Martin Damir, der Dritte in Tokio, der sein erstes World Rowing-Rennen dieses Jahr fährt. Er war bereits in Bled am Start an der internationalen Regatta, aber noch an keinem Weltcup.
Well, I must put a shout in as well to the final sculler in this heat, Privel Hinkati, coached by Riley Damper, coming all the way from Benin. He trains in France here, Privel, here in Europe, but it's great to see him representing his home nation of Benin. But he's got a lot of work to do to get any overlap with this leading pack, because they are just miles out in front of him.
Yeah, the leading 3 have done what they needed to do in this 4th heat, well, it's very difficult, may I say, almost impossible to get back in one of those 3 places to the quarterfinal. With the Olympic champion Hugo Boucheron still leading, looking comfortable, 1 length ahead of Mark Webber from Germany, who is doing well to get back into the mix. He is recovering from injury. He raced the Holland-Becker Regatta just 2 weeks ago, where he finished second. So he's really back and coming back into form. He's underlining that with a second place here in this heat, with Damir Martin just taking it really easy. The Croatian dropping the rate all the way down to, I think, about 30 strokes a minute as they come towards you, Peter, at the finish.
Yeah, position's looking pretty clean here. I mean, Hugo Boucheron still out in front of Mark Webber for Germany. That margin has been closing, though, gradually. It was up near 2 lengths not long ago, and it's now under a length. So the overlap is there. But I wonder if we're going to see a discernible sprint finish. Although, just as I say it, he starts to lift the rating. Here comes Mark Webber, going up to 38 strokes a minute. I think he's just trying to stamp his authority on the field here and move up through Boucheron and take the win, despite looking very, very comfortable for a place through to the quarters.
Ja, Mark Webber aus Deutschland versucht in diesem Augenblick noch den Sieg von Hugo Boucheron zu stehlen, sozusagen. Hugo Boucheron hat auf den ersten 1500 Meter immer schön angeführt, dieses Feld, aber jetzt wird er stark bedrängt von Mark Webber, welcher mittlerweile mit einer Schlagzahl von 40 Schlägen dem Ziel entgegenstürmt, richtig gehend. Also er hat die Führung übernommen in diesem 4. Vorlauf im Männerheiner. Dahinter dann der Vize-Olympiasieger und Bronzemedaillengewinner aus Kroatien, Damir Martin. Er wird sich ebenfalls direkt für das Viertelfinale qualifizieren.
Well, there we had it. We had the sprint on both Boucheron and Webber up to 40 strokes a minute, but Webber's sprint finish was just enough to get Hugo Boucheron thinking twice about expending so much energy in this first heat when already in a place through to the quarters. So we saw them both stride right down to 22, 23 strokes a minute. Webber made the best of that charge and takes the win in the 4th heat of the men's singles. Boucheron second, and 3rd place Damir Martin for Croatia. So they go through to the quarters. Privel Hinkati for Benin will have to await the remaining 2 heats to finish before finding out whether he'll be going through to the quarters or the E-final. The 5th and penultimate heat now for the men's singles is underway, going through 500 metres or so. We've got Trevor Jones from Canada in lane 1, Christian Vasilev for Bulgaria in lane 2, Jol Naukarinen for Finland 2 in lane 3 and Martin Helseth for Norway 2 in lane 4.
Im 5. Vorlauf des Männerreiner haben wir 4 Boote am Start auf Bahn 1, Kanada, Bahn 2, Bulgarien, Bahn 3, Finnland, Bahn 4, Norwegen. Die Boote erreichen in diesem Moment die 1000-Meter-Marke.
Yeah, it's Christian Vasilev of Bulgaria out in front at the 1,000-meter marker, just squeezing the legs really nicely through these beautiful conditions that we've got here in Lucerne. He's leading out the former under-23 world champion Trevor Jones of Canada, who slots into second place, and he's really chilling out here. 36 strokes a minute. We'd expect to see him up in the 40s based on his former racing styles that we've seen, but really giving that time to the boat to run. And down in third position, it is the Norwegian sculler and a former teammate of my co-commentator, Timon, Martin Helseth of Norway.
Yes, indeed. We've raced together here in Lucerne previously. However, on the bigger lake in an 8, that was fun. So Martin Helseth, who had to drive here by car all the way from Norway, he's currently in third position, all these boats, and is going to make it to the quarterfinal, as it seems.
Yeah, the top 3 through to the quarter-final and that 4th spot depending on time. So all of them will be racing as hard as they can to try and get those final qualification spots despite being further down the field. So Joel Nakarainen of Finland will also still be pushing himself hard, Tim, to try and get that time to the line.
Yeah, and he's well aware of the fact that he needs to be quick, but because he's really going for it up a high rate of striking there from the Finnish sculler. He is in 4th position, but Martin Helseth from Norway isn't that much ahead of the Finnish scullers. It's only a length, but I do think that Martin Helseth has some gears to go to if he needs to. Out in front, Vasilev from Bulgaria and Jones from Canada look comfortable ahead, and they are really cruising down to the line. It looks really relaxed from the 2 leading crews, and they will try to conserve as much energy as they can for the later rounds. But Joel Naukarinen from Finland is really going for it as he is coming towards you, Peter. Does he have a chance to make it into one of those 3 spots, or is it a game over for the young Finn?
Oh, it's so tough to call, isn't it? I mean, this is the difficult point in that race where they'll be weighing up the balance between giving it everything and trying to get through to the quarters, or easing off and reserving some energy and accepting another round. But this is the time to put everything on the line, because it's a place in the quarters or the E-final if you finish last in this race. So we can start to see the boat speed rising as now Karinen is now realising that. Coming into the red boys, I think we'll see a bit of a sprint finish from him.
An der Spitze des Feldes führen die beiden Ruderer von Kanada und Bulgarien, Christian Vasilev und Trevor Jones. Sie kennen sich ganz gut. Im letzten Jahr an der Qualifikationsregatta war Trevor Jones vorne. Nun im Vorlauf hier am Weltcup ist der Bulgare Christian Vasilev vorne. Dahinter aber ein Kampf um den 3. Platz zwischen Norwegen und Finnland. Im Moment die besseren Karten für Martin Helseth auf dem 3. Platz.
Last few strokes, Christian Vasilev for Bulgaria is going to take the win in this 5th heat for the men's single sculls, just over a length ahead of Trevor Jones for Canada taking 2nd. They're safely through to the quarterfinals and will be joined by Martin Helseth of Norway crossing the line for 3rd, just over a length ahead of Joel Naukarinen for Finland, who will have to await his fate after the conclusion of the next race, the last heat of the men's single sculls, where all of those last place finishers in each of these heats will find out whether they're going through to the quarterfinals or will make up the E-final. On then quickly to the 6th and last heat for the men's singles. We've got Japan in lane 1, Yamao Keita. Lithuania in lane 2, Mindaugas Griškonis. Hungary 2 in lane 3, Bachkai Mate. And completing the field in lane 4 for Hungary 1, Petavari Molnar Bendeguj. They're already through 800, so coming into sight of the 1,000. And it's looking pretty level at the front of the field here, Camillo. We've got the Hungarians neck and neck and just a nose ahead of Griškonis.
Yeah, and Griškonis, you'd expect with the form on paper, he's been an A finalist at the World Championships before, back in 2019 in Linz, that he plays a little bit hot and cold sometimes, Griškonis. So we might see some fireworks from him in the second part of this course. We might not, but we can't take it away from the two Hungarians, the old and the new in the single sculls. We're used to seeing Petevari, Molnar, Bendegush in the scull. He's currently leading out by a canvas, his teammate Baksky of Hungary as well. Not too much to separate them. Top three to go through to the quarterfinals, and as it stands at the moment is Mindaugas Griškonis in lane number 2.
Ja, nationales Duell hier an der Spitze dieses letzten Vorlaufs der Männer einer mit Matej Baksky und Bendegus Petevari Molnar, beide aus Ungarn. Sie kämpfen hier um den ersten Platz, momentan mit leichtem Vorteil für den etwas älteren Athleten auf der Bahn 4. Der dritte derzeit, Mindaugas Griškonis, ein großer, altbekannter Name im Rudersport. Diese drei Boote also auf direkter Viertelfinal-Qualifikationskurs. Zu hinterst im Feld unterwegs momentan der Japaner Keita Yamao.
Well, it certainly looks like it's a good day to be a fan of the Hungarian rowing team, Tim.
Yeah, you're right, Camilla. Those two athletes, Petevari Molnar and Baksky from Hungary, looking very good, and they seem to be taking it easy from this point onwards. I think they know they're safe for a place into the quarterfinal, and the racing the racing has to come from the right-hand side of the course, with the sculler from Japan having a lot of work to do to get back in contention. And the Lithuanian, the experienced hands of Mindaugas Griškonis, he is safely into, I think, third at the moment. But he looks really comfortable, looks long and relaxed. And, of course, he has so much experience in this event. And as a rower, he is, I think he's going for his 4th Olympics, going through, I think, from Beijing onwards. So this would be his 4th Olympics, but he's looking really comfortable. He's enjoying the conditions here at the Rotsee, but he is behind the two scullers from Hungary who are leading, but I don't think Griškonis is really making an effort to get ahead at this stage of the race. Peter, how does it look from your position with the two Hungarians out in front and the sculler from Lithuania? Is he really taking it easy, or is he perhaps going to race a sprint as he comes towards you?
Yeah, it's a good question. I love watching Mindaugas Griškonis race because you never know which Griškonis is going to turn up on which day. Sometimes this absolute monster emerges in the final 300 metres of a race, and he'll just rocket to the front, come out of nowhere and take everybody by surprise, catch them napping and steal the win and stomp his authority on the field. But there's not much need for him to do so today, because he can look back on his right-hand side and see Yamao Keita for Japan is a couple of lengths his stern. So he's in a pretty comfortable position here. He can let the Hungarians run away with it at the front of the field. They're still pretty neck and neck, and I can't see anybody sprinting, but he might just want to stomp his authority in the field and let them know that he's a big name in men's single sculling racing.
Ja, eine Doppelführung für die beiden ungarischen Ruderer hier im 6. und letzten Vorlauf des Männereiners. Dahinter dann der litauische Ruderer Mindaugas Griškonis, der neue Präsident ist des litauischen Ruderverbandes, also hier in einer Doppelrolle unterwegs als Ruderer und Präsident.
Last couple of strokes, and it's Petevari Molnar Bendegush who takes the win for Hungary 1. Half a length up on Baksky Mate for Hungary 2. And then a length and a half to Mindaugas Griškonis for Lithuania in 3. So those three safely through to the quarters, and that means that Yamao Keita will have to await his fate as they calculate up the times and the progression from those 6 heats of the men's singles. We move on now to the first heat for the lightweight women's double sculls. France in lane 1, Laura Tarantola and Claire Beauvais. Kinota Sahoko and Onishi Kaho for Japan 2 in lane 2. Carissa Riley and Jill Moffat for Canada in 3. Chu Xiaoping and Zhou Jacqui for China in 4. Rachel Kennedy and Jackie Kittle for New Zealand in 5. And Samantha Del Rosario, Ojeda Nunez and Melissa Marquez for Mexico in lane 6. They're coming up through the 1,000 France out in front, not by much though. You can see the pressure coming on here from China and Canada, Camilla.
Yeah, you can, and it's the first time that we've seen the French since the Olympic Games where they took away that stunning medal. And Tarantola and Beauvais are back here now for the first time this season at World Cup 3, drawn in by the delight of the Rotsey. But they lead by a length, coming through 1,000, maybe just a few centimetres less than ahead of the new Chinese combination of Chu and Zhao, who are, new into this combination, new to the international racing stage, and took a silver at World Cup 1 in Belgrade. So they've started out well in this new duo. And again, they sit just up on the Canadian combination, one remaining member of the Canadian Olympic lightweight double, Jill Moffat, joined by Western University teammate Carissa Riley to make this new look double. They are the top three at the moment. France, China and Canada just being tailed by New Zealand in fourth.
Das französische Boot mit Laura Tarantola und Claire Bove. Sie führen diesen ersten Vorlauf des Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Doppelzweis an. Sie die Gewinnerin der Silbermedaille in Tokio im letzten Jahr. Sie führen vor dem chinesischen Boot derzeit auf dem zweiten Platz. Diese beiden Boote also auf Halbfinalkurs in diesem ersten Vorlauf. Dahinter ist es das kanadische Boot, welches hier noch ein Wörtchen mitreden möchte. Carissa Riley und Jill Moffat, sie werden alles dran setzen, auf der zweiten Streckenhälfte nochmal auf einen Semifinalplatz vorzurücken.
Well, Beauvais and Tarantola looking to make a really good start to a home Olympiad for them in this lightweight double scull, and they lead the field. China sit in second. I think the only crew that could upset these top two into the AB semis is Canada, Tim.
I think you're right, Camilla. It's Canada trying to make a move and get past the Chinese double, but they have a little over 3/4 of a length of distance to cover before they get into the safe zone of second position and going on straight to the AB semi-final. But the stellar crew, the form crew here in this heat, you must look at the French crew. They look so effortless. It's so smooth from Tarantola and Beauvais. They are leading this field and underrating most of the crews, but they have the highest boat speed. Although when I said that, I saw a little move there from the Chinese to match the French double for speed. But that crew from China looking good and trying to solidify their second position as they come towards you, Peter.
Doing their best to solidify it, and you can see that Canada's Riley and Moffat are starting to think about pushing forwards, having dropped from first back to third. It's the first to go through, so they're in the danger zone right now, as we know. They're going to need to start lifting the ratings. They come into the red boy zone here and push for that finish line. But China just looks so strong in that second position.
Ganz vorne ist es Frankreich, welche den ersten Platz momentan einnehmen und den ziemlich sicher auch nach Hause nehmen werden in diesem ersten Vorlauf im Frauen-Doppelzweier. Dahinter dann ein Kampf um den zweiten Platz mit den besten Karten für China. Sie führen momentan mit einer Bootslänge vor Kanada. Also diese beiden Boote werden sich voraussichtlich die Halbfinalplätze schnappen in diesem ersten Vorlauf.
Well, they're into the last 50 metres and the position's looking pretty fixed here. We've got Tarantola and Beauvais just over a length up on the Chinese combination of Chu and Zhou, and they've got a length and a half on the Canadians. So crossing the line, that's France safely through to the AB semi, along with China crossing the line for second. Canada will lead the way into the repechage to be joined by New Zealand crossing the line for fourth. Fifth will be Mexico on the far side, and coming in for sixth, we've got Japan 2 in lane 2. Moving on to the second of the three heats for the lightweight women's doubles, we've got Great Britain's Emily Craig and Maddie Arlott in lane 1, Jessica Soboczinska and Katarzyna Wellner for Poland 2 in lane 2, Oda Egerson and Maya Emilie Lund for Norway in 3, Marion Reichardt and Joanna Reichardt for Germany in 4, Annika Reard and Lucy Coleman for Australia in 5, and Rochela Sanchez and Ana Navarro for Spain in lane 6. They're just through 800 metres here. Great Britain out in front. Poland trying to close in on them. And then it's tough to choose third place between Germany and Spain.
Well, third place, not good enough to get you directly through to the AB semi-finals, Pete. So those top two spots is where everyone's eyes will be in the field. Great Britain's Emily Craig and Maddie Arlott are currently out in front, building on their gold from the first World Cup of the season in Belgrade. They didn't contest at Poznan for World Cup 2, but now they're being matched up against medalists from that event. The Australians, silver medal in Poznan, but they're right back in the field here. I don't think they're... in fact, actually, they're not even contesting, of course, because of their illness. So the Australians removed from this particular heat, leaving the British to lead the way. And behind them, well, Poland, this new combination here, Katarzyna Welna, the remaining sculler from the double, has been joined by new partner Sobocinska in the bow seat. No Jasinska that she's been rowing with for the rest of the season, and it seems to be doing them well. They currently sit in second position, and the rest of the field trying to move their way up towards them.
Nach Streckenhälfte sind es die Britinnen und die Polinnen, welche sich auf Halbfinalkurs befinden. Diese Boote in Führung. Sie werden gejagt von den beiden Zwillingsschwestern Marion und Johanna Reichert des Akademischen Ruderclubs Würzburg. Derzeit auf der dritten Position. Da gibt es aber noch einiges zu tun, um nochmals nach vorne ranzukommen.
Well, Great Britain here, Craig and Arlott, 35 strokes a minute, and they've got clear water, but can Poland hang on to that second spot through to the AB semi-final, Tim?
Well, looking from my position, I think the Polish double have done enough at this stage of the race to be, well, more or less certain that they'll go straight to the AB semi-final. Although, having said that, the Reichart twins from Germany are really already at 38 strokes a minute, and trying to claw back some of the deficit they have. But it's a healthy margin for the Polish double at this stage. It's I think 2.5 lengths with 500 meters to go. So that's a big ask from the young crew from Germany, and perhaps too big an ask to do so. But out in front, Craig and Arlott from Great Britain, they look very comfortable. 35 strokes a minute, underrating most crews here at this stage of the race. And I think the Spanish double here, racing in lane number 6, they made a little move, but they have, I think they have 60 meters to the leading double from Great Britain. So that's too much to make up. But yeah, that Polish double looking secure. They cherish a lead of 20 meters over the fast finishing crew from Germany.
300 metres to go. Yeah, I think you're right, Tim. Nobody's going to touch Great Britain out in front. Emily Craig, Maddie Arlott look so crisp and clean at the front of the field here. They'll be looking back and wondering whether they need to wind it up or not for a sprint finish. My guess is not. They've got a good 30 metres over Poland 2, who are starting to think about winding up here. They've gone up a pip or two as they started to enter the red boy zone. Germany at 37, where we've got the Reichart sisters, twin sisters, coached by Andreas Holtz, doing their best to get back into the action, but a little bit of a margin to close down on Poland if they want to go through.
Ja, Großbritannien wird dieser zweite Vorlauf für sich entscheiden. Der neu formierte Zweier aus England wird hier ganz schön, zeigt hier wirklich eine ganz schöne Leistung. Sehr kompakt fahren sie hier dem Ziel entgegen. Etwa 3-4 Längen Vorsprung vor den polnischen Verfolgerinnen. Dahinter dann auch Deutschland auf dem dritten Platz.
Maddie Arlott and Emily Craig take the win in this second heat for the lightweight women's double sculls. 4 lengths up on Poland 2. Those two boats now safely through to the AB semi-final. Coming in then for third place, we've got Germany's the Reichart sisters, a length and a half ahead of Spain. And then we've got Norway coming in for 6th place. So we'll see all of them again in the repechage. Next up then is the third and last heat for the lightweight women's doubles. We've got Poland 1 in lane 1, Wiktoria Kalinowska and Zuzana Jasinska. Netherlands 2 in lane 2, Kika Banning and Oriane Putz. Italy in lane 3, Valentina Rodini and Federica Cesarini. Japan 1 in lane 4, Tomita Chiaki and Hiruchi Emi. And completing the field for Brazil in lane 5, Isabel Falk Carmagos and Antonia Emanuel Obrey Mota. They were given a yellow card for not wearing matching uniforms up at the start. This race now approaching 1,000 metres in. Poland out in front, but I think we've got more to see here, Camilla, from the Italians.
Yeah, it just seems to me, looking at Rodini and Cesarini, the Olympic champions from Italy, that they're just keeping a lid on it, coming through towards 1,000 metres. They're still up at 37 strokes a minute, but they don't look flustered at all to be half a length down on Jasinska and Kalinowska of Poland. These two with an ocean of clear water back to Japan. Japan, who sit in third place, not enough to get them into the AB semi-finals, but great to see Tomita Chiaki in the bow seat, returning after being able to compete at home Olympic Games in Tokyo, joined by new partner Hirochi Emi in the stroke seat. They have got quite the margin to make up, though, on the Italians and the Polish, who sit in those top two spots through to the AB semi-final through halfway.
Ja, die großen Abwesenden im Leichtgewichtsfrauen-Doppelzweier hier am Rotsee sind die beiden Schweizerinnen Frederik Roll und Patricia Merz. Sie leider nicht am Start. Umso schöner dafür, dass wir die Olympiasiegerin aus Italien, Valentina Rodini und Federica Cesarini, dabei haben. Sie befinden sich hier ganz knapp hinter den Polinnen auf dem zweiten Platz. Beide diese Boote also auf Halbfinalkurs. Dahinter sind es die Holländerinnen mit einer neuen jungen Crew auf der vierten Position. Sie jagen derzeit die Japanerinnen und werden es wohl nicht mehr ganz nach vorne schaffen, aber wer weiß schon.
Well, the Italians, another crew that's had a well-earned break after their Olympic success. Tim, how close are they now to the Polish crew coming towards you?
Well, they're actually moving closer to that young Polish crew racing in lane 1. The Olympic champions, Rodini and Cesarini, really making a move. But I think the young Polish double have seen the danger from the Olympic champions and made a move of their own. There is a canvas between the two leading crews from Poland and Italy. And currently, I think the Polish crew is slightly underrating that crew from Italy. But both crews looking very fresh and crisp as they pass my commentary position in first and second. And behind them, it's a great battle between the young crew from the Netherlands, Kika Banning and Ariane Putz, making their international debut here at the Rotsee. They are having a great tussle with the crew from Japan, who are for third and fourth, with the crew from Brazil currently in fifth. But the race out in front for those two spots into the AB semi-final seems to be decided, Peter. It's going to be Poland and Italy.
Looks like it, doesn't it? And the race for third is still on. They're absolutely neck and neck, the Netherlands and Japan. Not much to separate them either in the rating. They're both at 36, matched for boat speed. So we'll see what they do in the finishing sprint to see if them pushing against each other manages to close that margin to that current lead held by Poland. Only a nose hair ahead of Italy.
Wir haben vorne einen Kampf zwischen Polen und Italien um den ersten respektive zweiten Platz in diesem dritten Vorlauf im Frauenleichtgewichtsdoppelzweier. Dahinter dann einen Kampf um Rang 3 und 4 zwischen Japan und den Niederlanden. Momentan Japan mit den besseren Karten. Sie haben etwa eine halbe Bootslänge Vorsprung auf die jungen Holländerinnen. Also ganz vorne, Polen fährt einem knappen Sieg entgegen, aber mal schauen, ob die Italienerinnen noch etwas dagegen unternehmen können.
Well, into the last 50 metres now, still neck and neck between Poland and Italy. Italy have gone up to 37, so have Poland, so both putting a bit of pressure in here just to stick it to each other in the closing stages. But Poland will take a great deal of confidence crossing the line half a length ahead of the Olympic champions of last year, the Italian combination of Rodini and Federica. And it's close then for Japan and the Netherlands. I couldn't split them across the line. Brazil coming in for fifth. But we do know that Poland and Italy will go through to the AB semi and the rest to the repechage. Well, we move on now from the lightweight women's doubles to the lightweight men's doubles. The first heat already underway. We've got Ander Koppel and Elar Loot for Estonia in lane 1. Marlon Colper and Niels van Zandvega for Belgium in 2. Niels Torre and Stefano Oppo for Italy 1 in lane 3. Jiri Simonek and Miroslav Rastil for the Czech Republic in 4. Pietro Rutter and Gabriel Suarez for Italy 2 in lane 5. And Tamas Benche and Galambos Peter for Hungary in lane 6. It's the Italians out in front going through halfway. But how's the rest of the race shaping up, Camilla?
Yeah, the two Italian doubles currently out in front. It looks like a bit of internal selection going on here, splitting up the two Olympic bronze medalists in Pietro Ruta in Italy 2, which is the crew currently leading the way with Gabriel Soares and Nils Torre and Stefano Oppo, who was partnering of Ruta in that Olympic final. These two crews out at the front of the field, but Italy 2 leading by a length. And you asked for the story behind. Well, I think at the moment it's Jiri Simonek and Miroslav Vastrel of the Czech Republic that sit in third, top through to the semi-finals, those AB semi-finals. Could it be an all-Italian affair?
Ja, es sieht ganz nach einem italienischen Doppelsieg aus in diesem ersten Vorlauf des Leichtgewichtsmänner-Doppelzweier. Italien 2 mit Pietro Ruta und Gabriel Soares führen. Sie werden verfolgt von den italienischen Doppelmeistern. Sowohl im Doppelzweier als auch im Leichtgewichtsdoppelzweier sind sie dieses Jahr italienische Meister geworden. Dahinter dann auf dem derzeit dritten Platz ist es das tschechische Boot, welches noch Chancen hat auf einen Halbfinalplatz.
So it's Italy 2 ahead of Italy 1, but not by much. It's then the Czech Republic down in third. But a surprise, actually, to see the Belgian combination with Marlon Kolpaert coming in for Tim Brees to join Niels van Zandwege. We'd usually see them on the podium, Tim.
Yeah, that new combination hasn't really found the speed we were expecting. They're currently in fourth position with the two Italian doubles going all out for first and second in this first heat of the lightweight men's double. It's still Italy 2 with Gabriel Soares and Pietro Ruta who are leading. It's almost a full length of an advantage to Italy 1 with Nils Torre there in the bow seat, who rode a fantastic season last year in the single, winning gold medals at the World Cups. But yeah, as you mentioned, Camilla, that double from Belgium, we have high expectations of that crew, but currently they're finding it a bit difficult to keep in touch with the two very fast crews from Italy. But it's actually the crew from the Czech Republic, stroked by Miroslav Vrastil, who are in third position, but with only two crews going through to the semi-final, Peter. I think Camilla was right to say it will be an all-Italian affair.
An all-Italian affair. Pietro Ruta, Gabriel Soares, Italy 2 out in front, a length ahead of Italy 1, Nils Torre and Stefano Oppo. I can't see much changing here. Italy 1, the Torre and Oppo combination have gone up over 40 strokes a minute, I think, to just try and send it to their fellow countrymen over in lane 5, so really putting the pressure on. Simonek and Vrastil trying to get into contention. They've got to 45 in the middle here.
Ja, ganz vorne gibt es einen Kampf zwischen Italien 1 und Italien 2. Ruta und Oppo waren lange Zeit zusammen ein Paar, jetzt nicht mehr. Jetzt sind sie in unterschiedlichen Booten und stürmen hier dem Ziel entgegen.
Well, across the line, it's Italy 1. Just managed to hold out ahead of the Czech Republic push, going in at 45 strokes a minute. So that will see Italy 2 and Italy 1 progress to the AB semi-final. The Czech Republic finished third ahead of Belgium in fourth. Coming in for fifth over on the far side is Hungary. And then sixth place we have on the near side Estonia. They'll go to the repechage. On to the second of the three heats now for the lightweight men's double sculls. We've got Redmond Matthews and Hamish Harding for Australia in lane 1. Andrei Struzhina and Rafael Ahumada Ireland for Switzerland in lane 2. Rafael Alejandro Mejia Gutierrez and Ricardo Daniel de la Rosa Venegas of Mexico in 3. Matthew Dunham and Christopher Stockley for New Zealand in 4. And Hugo Bouret and Ferdinand Ludwig for France in lane 5. They're already through 800 and it's France well out in front here, but the question is, can the Swiss get back into contention? They're currently riding in second.
Yeah, another little bit of a grudge match here. Medalists throughout this season already at the World Cups, the French and the Swiss, but a last-minute change for the Swiss has maybe seen them not quite as competitive as they were with France, and perhaps why we're seeing the French with such a margin at this stage, as Raphael Ahmada's had to come into the stroke seat in place of Jan Schöbler, who's had to go on to stroke the quad later on this weekend. But the French, they've just broken a length over Switzerland. And the Swiss both raced here last weekend at the Swiss National Championships, both coming away with wins in different boat classes. They're stuck in second at the moment, that length back, but most importantly, they're currently sitting ahead of the Antipodean Chasers from Australia, who sit in third, and New Zealand, who sit in fourth.
Dritter Weltcup, dritte Leichtgewichtsdoppelzweier bei den Männerkombination im Schweizer Boot. Diesmal mit Andri Struzina und Raphael Ahumada. Beide Schweizer Meister geworden letztes Wochenende in unterschiedlichen Bootsklassen. Sie derzeit auf der zweiten Position, also auf dem Weg ins Halbfinale. Sie sind hinter den Zweiten von Poznan vom zweiten Weltcup aus Frankreich, Hugo Beuret und Ferdinand Ludwig. Diese beiden Führenden also auf dem Weg ins Halbfinale.
Well, I'm sure that Hugo Beuret and Ferdinand Ludwig will just want to control this race from where they are, but at 35 strokes a minute, quite low rating for a lightweight double scull compared to the Swiss, who have gone up to rate 39, Tim.
Yeah, it's almost a sprint rhythm for the local crew here, but the Poznan silver medalists from France are looking very much in control of this race. They have almost a length advantage over the Swiss crew, but the Swiss crew are moving. They are up there, and the boat speed is very good, but I think the French crew are matching them for speed as they pass the 1500. It's France from Switzerland, from Australia, then it's the New Zealand crew, and then followed by the double from Mexico. But yeah, that very high quality crew from France is looking good at this stage of the race, and still having a gear or two to go to if they need to. But the Swiss double still up there, and that's very nice to see them up there in the mix, being a new combination crew. But I think the French are going to take this take the win here in the second heat of the light men's double. Although I think the Swiss are encroaching on that French lead, Peter.
Yeah, they're starting to erode it ever so gradually. They went up to 39, perhaps 100 metres or so ago, and the boat speed was coming with it, and they were just eating away ever so gradually. But we can see that the French have just held it at 36. That's been their race pace and rhythm for nearly the whole 2K thus far. And it's just showing that they've got another gear to go to. And as I say it, they go up to 38 entering the red buoys, and the boat speed has leapt, absolutely leapt, and they've pulled up another half length ahead of Switzerland. It's now perhaps a length and a half coming to the last 150.
Ja, die Schweizer Fans können sich also über eine direkte Halbfinalqualifikation freuen. So sieht es jedenfalls aus. 150 Meter vor dem Ziel. Struzina und Ahumada fahren hier mit einer Schlagzahl von 38 Schlägen dem Ziel entgegen. Auf der ersten Position noch immer die Franzosen, welche in diesem Augenblick über die Ziellinie fahren.
Well, the French hold on to the win, just over a length ahead of Switzerland. So that's the 1-2 going through to the AB semi. Australia look like they're winning this battle for third. They take the last stroke, and they will hold on to third place, 3/4 of a length ahead of New Zealand, who have a canvas on Mexico. We'll see those three go through to the repechage. Next up then is the third and last heat for the lightweight men's double sculls. We've got Paul Leerkamp and Arno Gauss for Germany in lane 1, Manel Belastegui and Caetano Hortapombo for Spain in lane 2, Lars Benske and Askiel Thurm for Norway 1 in lane 3, Jerzy Kowalski and Artur Mikolajewski for Poland in 4, Afonso Duarte Costa and Dinis Duarte Costa for Portugal in lane 5. Nearly 800 metres in, and it's less than a length separating all 5 boats. Camilla, I think we've had an outbreak of racing here.
Yeah, and on day one as well, in the heats, it's just absolutely amazing that we've got this quality from the off here at World Cup 3, and nothing much to separate them, you're right. Currently, it is the Spanish duo, Balastaguer and Hortopombo, that lead the way, but by centimetres, and I mean centimetres, ahead of Germany. This new combination from Germany, so young, 20 years of age, both of these athletes, Gauss and Leerkamp, who have come together here, having had success at under 23 level, and they are successfully moving on Spain, but bringing with them the Norwegians. Askild Tjom in the stroke seat is setting a punishing rhythm of 38 strokes a minute, but you could throw a blanket over all of these crews. The Polish still in contention, Portugal still in contention, just a canvas separating the whole field.
Als die 5 Boote hier bei 1000 Meter durchgefahren sind, sah es so aus, als ob das Rennen neu gestartet wurde. Alle Boote auf einer Linie. Vielleicht ganz, ganz leichte Vorteile für die spanische Mannschaft auf der zweiten Bahn. Sie aber ganz dicht bedrängt von den Deutschen auf der Bahn 1 und den Sieger von Poznan auf der Bahn 3 mit Ask Tjom und Lars Benske aus Norwegen. Das wird ganz, ganz spannend hier auf der zweiten Streckenhälfte, Camilla.
Well, it's going to be time to grit the teeth here. Catano Hortopombo in the stroke seat for Spain, just 19 years of age. So much pressure being put on him to hold off the rest of the field here, Tim.
It's an amazing race from the Spanish double to have taken the lead in the early stages, and they're still clinging on to the lead. But that's a very fast crew from Norway, the gold medalist from Poznan. They are trying everything to get past, and I think they're perfectly level with 550 so meters still left to go. It's a great race. It's the tightest heat here in the lightweight men's double we've seen so far. And don't forget the crew from Poland in lane 4, still right up there in the mix and in contact with the two leading crews. But a sensational race there from the young Spanish crew. They look absolutely magnificent as they pass to the 1500 meter marks. It's just Tjom and Benske from Norway in the lead, but it's half a canvas as they pass micrometry precision, and the Polish double is also well up there at 38 strokes a minute, trying to make a move and get into one of 2 places into the AB semi-final. But still, it's Spain and Norway who have those 2 spots, but they come towards you, Peter. It's a very tight race. Fantastic lightweight men's racing here.
Yeah, you've got to love this. There's only 2 spots and there's 3 boats absolutely neck and neck in the middle of the field here. Norway's just sticking its nose out ever so slightly, having been 4th at the 500, 3rd through the 1,000, and then leading at 1,500. Pressure's still on, though, from Balastaguer and Hortopombo, currently in 2nd, and Kowalski and Mikolajczewski in 3rd, but only by half a metre. These 3 boats are separated by nothing at all. I think Portugal and Germany a little bit off the pace. We won't see them contesting a place into the AB semi-final, but it's between these 3 for 2 places to go through.
Ja, es gibt 2 Plätze, welche eine direkte Halbfinalqualifikation bedeuten, und es kämpfen 3 Boote um diese 2 Plätze. Norwegen, Spanien und Polen. Im Moment Norwegen auf der ersten Position, etwa eine Bootslänge vor den anderen beiden Booten, aber dahinter ein großer Sprint zwischen Spanien und Polen. Wer wird diesen zweiten halbfinalberechtigten Platz holen?
There's nothing separating Poland and Spain for second place. Norway are sure for first here in this 3rd heat for the lightweight men's doubles. And then it is Poland by, as you say it, Tim, a nose hair ahead of Spain across the line. So that means we'll see Norway and Poland progress through to the AB semi-final, and Spain just miss out, taking 3rd place here ahead of Portugal for 4th, and 5th place Germany, who'll go through to the repechage. We move on now to the women's quads, and it's the first heat already underway, passing through 600 metres, where we've got Great Britain in lane 1, Romania in 2, Italy in 3, China 1 in lane 4, and New Zealand in lane 5. Not much separating the front of the field here again. It's the first 2 through to the A final, and we've got Great Britain level with Italy and only a quarter of a length up on Romania. So another tight race developing here, Camilla.
Yeah, we love to see it. Day one, the Friday here at World Cup 3. Tight racing as we build through the day, and so much on the line here. Only 2 spots through to the A final to save yourself the repechage, and both Great Britain and Italy will want that top spot through as well. So Italy at the moment, just to me, look like they're overrating themselves compared to Great Britain, who are down at 34. Italy up at 36. Under the leadership of Cira Undoli in the stroke seat. But Great Britain forming this quad scull. They raced both the quads and the doubles. They broke down at World Cup 1, but choosing to focus here on the bigger boat. They sit second currently to Italy, but also slicing through the middle. Well, Romania are on the charge here. Their bow ball sits on the bow of Jess Layden of Great Britain, and they are moving in terms of boat speed. They're matching Great Britain stroke for stroke in second, and anything they can do to wrestle their way into the A final in this next 1,000 metres, they're going to throw everything at it.
Streckenhälfte im ersten Vorlauf des Frauen-Doppelvierers, und das sind die Italienerinnen, die vor den Britinnen führen. Diese beiden Booten bei 1000 Meter auf direktem A-Finalkurs, aber die Rumäninnen bei 1000 Meter noch auf Rang 3 scheinen hier zu einem Zwischenspurt angesetzt zu haben und versuchen hier einen der beiden führenden Plätzen zu ergattern. Es wird ganz, ganz spannend bis ins Ziel.
So still Italy, followed by Great Britain. Romania trying to throw everything at it in the third 500 to bump themselves up into second place. China and New Zealand rounding out the field, but don't be fooled, this China 1 crew is not the Olympic champion crew. This is their second boat. We'll see the China 2 crew with those athletes in the next heat, but it looks to me like this is going to go all the way here as Romania ratchet the rate up again to 37. Tim.
Yeah, 3 crews having to race all the way down the line to get one of 2 spots straight into the A final. Currently it's still Great Britain in lane 1 and Italy lane 3 who have the best position with 500 meters to go, but that Romanian quad in the middle, sandwich between Italy and GB, is looking very good, and just half a length down on those 2 crews. And I think the Italians have just moved into the lead with 450 meters to go. It's Clara Guerra, the bow woman there, making a call and telling her crew to push on and win this heat, because they'll save themselves a repechage later today. But Italy moving away there, but it's half a canvas in front of GB, and Romania trying to make a move, but I think their push has been fended off by Great Britain, who are still in second position, Peter.
Yeah, there's not much separating first and second here at the moment. Italy under pressure. They go up another gear to 38. Chiara Ondoli in the stroke seat there, looking to really wind it in. Great Britain trying to go with them. Lucy Glover in the stroke seat of that GB boat takes them up to 37, and that sees them draw level with Italy at the front. Romania a length down. They've gone to 40. Patricia Chires in the stroke seat there, trying to get them back into contention. But I think as they've lifted that rating, they've shortened a little bit here, and that's opening the door for Italy and Great Britain to move through into the A final.
Ja, Italien und Großbritannien werden sich voraussichtlich für das A-Finale qualifizieren. Jetzt stellt sich natürlich die Frage, wer bekommt die Mittelbahn? Ist es Italien oder Großbritannien? Ganz, ganz knapp. Ein ultra spannendes Rennen hier auf der Ziellinie.
Well, into the last couple of strokes, it's neck and neck for the win in this heat, and I see it as Great Britain by a hair's breadth across the line ahead of Italy. We'll wait for the official results to confirm it. Nonetheless, both will go through to the A final. Third place Romania lead the way into the repechage to be joined by fourth place New Zealand, a length and a half ahead of fifth place China 1. Results coming through, Great Britain won that in 6:17.98, just 0.08 of a second ahead of Italy. Moving promptly on now to the second of the 2 heats for the women's quads. We've got China 2 in lane 1, Poland in lane 2, Germany in 3, and the Netherlands in lane 4. Passing through 800, and we've already got a pretty decent echelon formation out there on the water. China 2 out in front, leading Poland, Germany and the Netherlands.
Yeah, and this Chinese crew was absolutely untouchable through the last Olympiad, culminating in what was one of the most comfortably won finals of the Olympic Games. They were absolutely sensational. A slightly new lineup here. Lu Shiyu coming into the 2 seat, but joining her other Olympic champions that surround her. And they currently lead by a length, not quite as dominant as we're used to seeing this crew performing, but they'll come through halfway with the lead, and I can see the distance between the stern of China and the bow ball of Poland, who were the silver medalists at those Tokyo Olympic Games, with 2 of those athletes on board in the form of Katarzyna Zilman and Marta Welichko in the 3 seats. They sit in second place with 2 newcomers on board. Jana Dietmann in the bow seat coming in from the women's 4, and she'll be closest to those Chinese athletes that lead out in front. Germany sit in 3rd, the Netherlands out the back in 4th.
Hao Zhongguo, die chinesische Mannschaft, führt hier diesen zweiten Vorlauf im Frauendoppelvierer an. Sie, die Olympiasiegerin und auch die Dominatorin in dieser bisherigen Saison. Sie haben auch in Poznan gewonnen vor dem Schweizer Doppelvierer. Der große Abwesende an diesem Weltcup-Finale hier am Rotsee. Leider die Schweiz ohne Frauendoppelvierer am Start. Dies aufgrund von diversen Covid-Erkrankungen. Das zweite Boot hier unterwegs ins A-Finale ist das polnische Boot. Sie werden aber von einer jungen deutschen Crew bedrängt. Damit an Bord Marie-Sophie Zeidler, die Schwester von Oliver Zeidler, der ebenfalls leider nicht am Start ist heute. Sie muss also die Familienfahne hier hochhalten. Wird ihr dies gelingen, kann sie sich noch auf den zweiten Platz vorschieben mit ihren Teamkameradinnen.
Well, the crew from China here just wanting to continue to impress in this next Olympiad, Tim.
Yeah, and they look very impressive indeed, Camilla. Sitting at 34 strokes a minute and easily maintaining the highest boat speed of all the crews in this heat, with the Polish crew 2 lengths back, and the German crew with sister of Oliver Seidler, Marie-Sophie Seidler, defending family honours here at the Rotsee. They're in 3rd position, and all the way back it's the crew from the Netherlands, but this is a crew which normally races in the lightweight division, but they race the open weight class here in Lucerne, and they are national champions, but for this heat, battling against these Olympic champions from China is just a bit too much, I reckon. But China too, still out in front, looking comfortable, Peter, and they are just cruising down to the line.
Yeah, and they look so good out in front as well. This is a class act. Chen Yunxia, Lu Shiyu, Liu Zhang and Chao Zhui Tong. Absolutely dominant force in women's quads sculling, and they're showing their caliber out there on the water here. Coming into the red boys, no need to ratchet up the rating for a sprint finish here. They're certain for an A final place.
Ja, es führen die Olympiasiegerinnen aus China vor den Vize-Olympiasiegerinnen aus Polen. Etwas geänderte Sitzordnungen, 2 neue Ruderinnen bei den Polinnen dabei, eine neue Ruderin in China, aber die Boote sind immer noch ganz vorne an der Spitze und fahren hier einer direkten A-Finale-Qualifikation entgegen. Dahinter dann auf dem 3. Platz die Deutschen, welche noch versuchen heranzufahren.
China take the win, 2.5 lengths up on Poland, who will go through and take the 2nd place into the A final. They cross the line a length ahead of Germany, who are 3rd, and will go through to the repechage and be joined by the Netherlands, coming in for 4th. We move now from the women's quads to the men's quads, and the first heat is already through the 500. We've got China in lane 1, Belgium in 2, Poland in lane 3, Ukraine in 4, and Germany in lane 5. Now, goodness me, it's quite a field we've got here, Camilla. China, the massive Poland boat alongside Ukraine, 3 places into the AB semi-final. Who's your money on?
Yeah, actually, Timon and I were just discussing this, and I think with this strengthened Polish combination, bringing in Miroslav Zastarski and Mateusz Biskup into this lineup can only make it quicker. And I think as it hurtles towards us, they are looking the strongest of the field, but certainly they're going to be put under pressure by Ukraine, who sit just to their left here in lane number 4, and they are really pushing hard here, boat speed wise. Poland currently take the honours, but the Ukrainian quartet, led out by Ivan Dovgodko, is still hot on their heels. It's about half a length, and China also pushing on down the outside in lane number 1. This is going to be quite the fight for these AB semi-final spots, with Germany as well just trying to cling on to overlap.
Ganz knappe Sache hier im ersten Vorlauf des Männer-Doppelvier. Die Polen, die sich versteckt haben mit Miroslav Zastarski und Fabian Baranski aus dem Doppel-2. Sie führen mit einer Länge Vorsprung auf die ersten Verfolger aus China und der Ukraine. Da zwischen diesen beiden Booten ist es aber wirklich super, super knapp. Dahinter sind es die Deutschen, die das Führungstrio unter Druck setzen, denn die ersten 3 Boote kommen nur weiter ins Halbfinale. Es wird also sehr, sehr eng auf der zweiten Streckenhälfte.
Well, there was a real definitive call and push from the German quad. Julius Rommelmann in the stroke seat, just really snapping the legs down and being backed up by the 3 men behind him as they try to push back onto terms with China. But with 3 to go through to the AB semi-final slots, it's certainly looking good for Poland and Ukraine right now, Tim.
Yeah, you're right, Camilla. It's looking good, especially for that Polish quad. They are really moving out in front, but already at 40 strokes a minute. I think that's a bit early in this race. There is 600 meters left to row, and they are already at 40, whilst the crew from the Ukraine to their left is still at 35 strokes a minute. But watch that crew from China as well. They are currently in second place as they pass the 1500 meters, and they are a length back to the leading Polish quad. But the Ukrainian quad still in contention for one of those places. Just 1, 2 and 3 going straight to the AB semi-final, and I think the work is for the German quad to do, because they are currently in 4th position. They still have contact with the crew from the Ukraine, but it's a big ask to get back onto terms and into 3rd medal position as they come towards you, Peter.
Yeah, Poland just looks so strong out in front at 41 strokes a minute. I can't see anybody catching them. China looking good for 2nd and Ukraine for 3rd. It's all about Germany. Can they get back into the action here? They're Anton Finger, David Junger, Stefan Riemerkasten, Julius Rommelmann. They'll be putting everything into this last 250 or so meters to try and close in on Ukraine, but to try and catch up with a Ukrainian quad on any day of the week is tough work. And we're still seeing Poland pull out in at the front of the field. They've gone up to 43.
Ja, Pete hat es gesagt, es geht für die Deutschen darum, hier noch auf die ersten 3 Ränge heranzufahren, vorzufahren. Allerdings gehe ich nun davon aus, dass sie das nicht mehr schaffen werden und dieses Rennen auf dem 4. Platz beenden und somit in den Hoffnungslauf gehen müssen. Ganz vorne die Polen, sie fahren hier einem ungefährten Sieg entgegen vor dem Boot aus China und Ukraine.
Well, Poland have thrown the rating through the roof here. Dominik Chaya, Mateusz Biskup, Miroslav Zastarski and Fabian Baranski take the win, 3 lengths ahead of China, who've eased right off the rating as they look back and see everybody else chilling out on the water there. China takes 2nd, a length and a half ahead of Ukraine for 3rd. So those 3 go through to the AB semi, 4th place Germany, and then 5th place Belgium to the repechage. The second of the three heats for the men's quads has just started. A little bit of trouble making sure they're perfectly aligned before they've been set loose. We've got a four-boat lineup here. The Czech Republic in lane 1, France in 2, Estonia in 3 and Great Britain in lane 4.
Wir haben im zweiten Vorlauf im Männer-Doppelvierer 4 Boote am Start. Die Tschechische Republik auf Bahn 1, Frankreich auf Bahn 2, Estland auf Bahn 3 und Großbritannien auf Bahn 4.
Well, they're coming through 200 metres in. The Czech Republic out in front, not by much though. This is the under-23 European champions of last year, stepping up to elite level, joined by Jan Fleischner in the bow seat, bringing his experience to the boat. And that's seen them make the A final of the second World Cup in Poznan. Not medalists, but they could well be setting themselves up to try and top that performance here today, because they're out in front by a canvas ahead of France and Estonia, level for second and third, and then Great Britain perhaps further canvas back behind them. So the field's starting to spread out a little bit, not by much though, as they stride into their race rhythm. The Czechs at 40, we've got France at 42, Estonia at 38, and very little separating first, second and third. It's the first three to go through to the AB semi-final, as with the other heat for the men's quads, so it's a race to not be last.
Ja, die Tschechen haben einen Blitzstart hingelegt und führen hier dieses Rennen an mit einer halben Sekunde Vorsprung vor Frankreich und Estland. Etwas dahinter mit 1,5 Sekunden Rückstand die Briten mit Harry Leask auf Bug, dem Vize-Olympiasieger vom vergangenen Jahr. Im estnischen Boot haben wir auch Tonio Hendriksson mit 43 Jahren, der älteste Teilnehmer hier am Weltcup. Unbelievable, Tonio Hendriksson, 43 years of age, oldest participant here at the World Cup.
That's amazing, isn't it, Michael? Born in 79, oldest participant here. He's in the three-seater, the Estonian boat, Tonio Hendriksson, and that boat stroked by Johan Polak and joined by Ala Raya and Michael Kustein. They're currently riding in, well, third place, but only by half a metre or so behind the level Czech Republic and French boats at the front of the field. And then we've got Great Britain, perhaps a length off the back of the pack here. So it's all to play for at the front of the field between France, the Czech Republic and Estonia. They're coming up through towards 900 metres in, so let's see how it goes past Camilla.
Thanks, Pete. And yeah, I think certainly the Czech Republic shot out the blocks. This very promising development crew, world and European under-23 champions, as you mentioned. But it is a bit of a battle of experience and maturity in racing versus the young guns. And certainly the young guns sometimes blast out the blocks, and they've now been overtaken at halfway by the French combination, this new quad featuring the Enfoy brothers in the stern pair. They've switched from the pair now to sculling in the quad, and they've poked their canvas out in front. Estonia moving with them here, and these experienced quads now just starting to move past the Czech Republic.
Drei Boote auf einer Linie bei 1000 Meter. Die Tschechen, die Franzosen und die Esten, sie scheinen sich hier die Qualifikation fürs Halbfinale unter sich auszumachen. Die Briten momentan auf dem 4. Platz mit einigen Rückstand auf das Spitzentrio.
Well, they are blisteringly fast down this course. A beautiful little tailwind, nice warm conditions. They are absolutely motoring, and it is still the French out in front. Estonia now slipping into second, leaving the Czech Republic to fight it out for that third spot. But Great Britain seem to be a comfortable margin away for them to hold on to an AB semi-final spot here, Tim.
Yeah, you're perfectly right, Camilla. It's GB who are finding the pace a bit too hot to handle, because the three crews out in front from the Czech Republic, France and Estonia are really flying towards the finish, with the French sandwiched between the Czech Republic and Estonia, who are ahead but only by a whisker as they pass my commentary position at 1500. And I think the Estonian quad just made a little move there to try and get the lead back off the hands of the French, who are racing very well, 39 strokes a minute already, and the Estonians still have a gear to go at 37 strokes. So it's going to be a race all the way down the line. And don't forget the crew from the Czech Republic, who are just half a length behind the leading crews from France and Estonia. So it's a great race, but three crews through to the AB semi-final. And I think, Peter, that GB is going to be that unlucky crew that gets last here in this heat.
Yeah, it's tough work, isn't it, when it's a race to not be last. But at the front of the field, France do look really good now. They've opened up a little bit of a margin. It's not much, half a canvas on Estonia coming into the red boys here. France are up to 39. They're the first ones to go. Czech Republic have gone to 39 as well. They're perhaps a length down on the lead here, which is still held by France as we see Estonia start to wind it up. So these three will all go through to the AB semi-final, but they're still racing it out.
3 Boote werden sich direkt für das Halbfinale qualifizieren und momentan sieht es so aus, 150 Meter vor dem Ziel, dass sich Frankreich vor Estland vor der Tschechischen Republik direkt qualifizieren werden. Frankreich mit den Enfroy-Brüdern auf Schlagposition, die ehemaligen Riemenruder nun im Doppelvierer erfolgreich unterwegs.
Well, crossing the line, France take the win, 3/4 of a length up on Estonia, who have half a length on the Czech Republic. That's the 1, 2, 3 going through to the AB semi-final, and Great Britain will go through to the repechage. Next up, we've got the third and last heat for the men's quads. We've got Italy in lane 1, Switzerland in 2, Lithuania in lane 3, and Romania in lane 4. 750 metres in already, and Italy have earned themselves a great lead here. Luca Chiumento, Andrea Panizza, Gennaro De Mauro and Giacomo Gentili looking to be about a length up in front. First 3 to go through. Who's in the danger seat, Camilla?
Who's in the danger seat indeed, and at the moment to me, unfortunately for my Swiss co-commentator, it looks to be Switzerland that sit in that fourth and final space, which would see them race a repechage. But out in front of the field, this new Italian quartet featuring Gennaro De Mauro in the 3 seat, the single sculler that set the world on fire last year at the Olympic Games, just 19 years of age, and certainly looking to make an impact in his later career, but joining Gentili, Panizza and Chiumento here, and they are just about to snap the elastic band going through the 1,000-metre marker. Oh gosh, actually I'm going to take that back. I think Romania are hunting them down, and with Cyprian Tedosa on board in the 2 seat, the Olympic silver medalist, they are really going to have some power in that crew to start eating away the lead that Italy have developed. Switzerland certainly not off the pace though in fourth. They've got overlap still with Lithuania. What can they do here, Timon?
Ja, das ist eine gute Frage. Werden das die Schweizer Jungs noch packen, hier sich direkt fürs Halbfinale zu qualifizieren? Nach dem kurzfristigen Ausfall von Kai Schätzle konnte Jan Schäuble hier rekrutiert werden. Er fährt am Schlag dieses Schweizer Doppelviers. Sie waren bisher erfolgreich in dieser Saison. 5. in 6. in Belgrad, 5. in Poznan. Die Jungs sind gut drauf, und wir hoffen natürlich, dass sie auf der zweiten Streckenhälfte nochmal an das Spitzentrio rankommen, um sich hier direkt fürs Halbfinale zu qualifizieren.
Well, the Italians are still holding on despite charges coming from behind them, but Romania have managed to make up almost a length in the last 250 metres, and they are going savagely at the rate here. They're up at 39, Tim.
Yeah, I must say I'm impressed, Camilla, to see that Romanian quad storming towards the finish. It looks really fantastic here. It's so much power coming off the end of the blades of the Romanian crew, and they have taken half a length out of the Italian quad, who are in second position, and still the home favourites, they're still in with a chance of getting that third spot and straight into the AB semi-final. But they do have a lot of work to do, because the crew from Lithuania are also moving and trying to stay ahead of that very young crew from Switzerland. So fantastic race. The Italians dropping off the pace, with the Romanians really taking charge of this last heat in the men's quads.
Yeah, it's an amazing race from Marian Anacci, Ioan Prundeanu, Ciprian Tudosa and Mihai Ciruta of Romania. Up at 40, they've pulled out more than a length on the Italians in just the last 300 or so metres. An amazing turn of pace that they've brought on here in the closing stages of this third heat for the men's quads. It's still only Switzerland at the back of the field there that look like they may lose out on a place directly through to the AB semi. Italy up there at 37, as are the Lithuanians, but both look pretty safe to go through to the AB semi.
3 Boote werden sich für das Halbfinale direkt qualifizieren und leider für die Schweizer Fans wird es nicht die Schweiz sein. Die Schweiz momentan auf der letzten Position. Wir versuchen hier nochmals alle Kräfte zu mobilisieren, um nach vorne zu fahren, aber wir werden sie wohl heute Nachmittag nochmals sehen im Hoffnungslauf, im Kampf um die Tickets für das Halbfinale.
Romania take the win, 2 lengths up on Italy coming in for second, and they hold a length ahead of Lithuania, who crossed the line for third, nearly a length up on Switzerland. So we'll see Romania, Italy and Lithuania progress through to the AB semi and Switzerland to the repechage. Next up then is the test race for the women's eights. All boats will race again in the A final, but this is an opportunity for them to essentially get a sense of each other's pace out there on the water through the course of this test race. We've got Romania lining up in lane 1, China in 2, Australia in lane 3, Canada in 4 and Germany in lane 5.
Es ist Achterzeit hier auf dem Rots in Luzern. Wir haben das Testrace im Frauenachter mit Rumänien auf Bahn 1, China auf Bahn 2, Australien auf Bahn 3, Kanada auf Bahn 4 und Deutschland auf Bahn 5.
250 metres in already, not much separating the lead between Romania and Australia, who are neck and neck, but they've already started to pull away from Canada, only a canvas, and then it's perhaps a length back to China and Germany. So the field's starting to spread out as we see Romania and Australia trying to establish a clean lead. Canada not letting them get away with it just yet, though. All three of these boats still ticking it over up there near 39, 40 strokes a minute. China striding down to 36, the Germans down at 37. So we'll see how they split as we come up towards 500 metres.
500 Meter sind bereits gerudert und es gibt eine dreifache Führung für Rumänien, Australien und Kanada. Diese 3 Boote kämpfen hier um den ersten Platz. Die schnellste Zeit auf den Rotse gelegt haben die Australierinnen ganz knapp eine halbe Sekunde vor den Rumäninnen und danach Kanada auf dem 4. Zwischenrang Deutschland und auf dem 5. Rang China.
Well, we're 600 metres in. Australia now trying to establish a lead. They've got perhaps half a canvas on Romania and Canada, who are level for second and third at the moment. And they're leaving behind Germany, who are a length down, and then perhaps a length behind them, we have China. 750 metres in. Australia looking pretty good out in front. But Camilla, conditions here on the Rotse looking pretty consistent all the way down the course.
Yeah, it's a tailwind here, a pretty direct tailwind as well. It's making the water a little bit bumpier as it picks up throughout the day, but that'll be no worry here for these eights. They'll be really enjoying the ride here as the wind picks them up and carries them towards the line. But as you say, a good start for the Australians as they push centimetres into the Olympic champions Canada. Of course, a very different crew appearing here this season across the World Cups. Only 3 remaining Olympic champions on board in that Canadian 8. Kirsten Kitt, one of those, will be calling this 8 down the course. But Romania, the first time we've seen them this season, and historically very good in this boat class. And as they start to make their move in the second 500, I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the lead through the 1,000 here. And from my view, yes, the bow ball, I think, of Romania is just starting to surge into the lead with Australia. Canada right up here as well, and driving these 3 bow balls into alignment. What a test race. Germany then sitting fourth, and the very young Chinese crew all making their debut here, an average age of 17, and the 14-year-old Zhong Qinrui in the cox's seat. What an experience for them, just guiding this boat down the course. But it's really furious here with 3 crews level as they rattle through the third 500.
Auf dem Papier ist es nur ein Testrennen, aber so hart wie hier gefahren wird in diesem Frauenachterrennen, da geht es um viel mehr. Es geht vielleicht um den psychologischen Vorteil für den Final dann am Sonntag. 3 Boote mehr oder weniger auf einer Linie bei der 1000-Meter-Marke. Das wird hier super, super spannend bis ins Ziel.
Well, great to hear some crowds back on the banks of the Rothsee, the athletes in the boat park cheering down these women's eights, and it's spurring on Romania to push out even further ahead of a level Australia and Canada, Tim.
Yeah, the Romanian crew really taking the bit between their teeth in the third 500, moving out, and they're almost 10 meters ahead of the crew from Australia and Canada. So it's that young combination crew of junior and under 23 athletes from Romania really taking the initiative, and they're moving away as Australia and Canada are having a fantastic battle for second and third in this test race. It's stroke for stroke, but the Romanians are moving out to almost 3/4 of a length at the 1500. Just in front of my commentary position, we see Canada in second, then the Australians, then it's the crew from Germany in fourth, and the very young crew from China are having the race of their lives here on the Rothsee. But looking to Romania, they are really striding out, Peter. They have taken even more advantage over Canada and Australia as they come towards you.
Yeah, the Romanian women's squad is always a force to be reckoned with. We know that many of these athletes raced in the women's 4 and pair at the Olympic Games last year, and they've now been joined by several of the under-23 stepping up to this elite level, and they found the pace. I mean, this is formidable. They're out in front of Canada, who are currently in second, where we've got 3 Olympic champions from the women's 8 that raced in Tokyo last year, where they were coxed by Kristen Kitt, who's in the coxswain seat here, and Avalon Wastanes stroking this boat. So they're an immense force, that Canadian 8. A lot of newcomers stepping up into this 8, but they're holding a comfortable second ahead of Australia.
200 Meter vor dem Ziel führt in diesem Testrennen Rumänien dieses Feld deutlich an. Sie haben fast eine Bootslänge Vorsprung auf das Boot von Kanada, also eine sehr gute Leistung dieser neuen rumänischen Crew, welche nun mit einer Schlagzahl von 41 dem Ziel entgegenstürmt. Dahinter Kanada und Australien auf den weiteren Plätzen.
Well, Romania, with a real show of force, take the win here in this test race, a length ahead of Canada, who have 3/4 of a length ahead of Australia across the line. And then a length and a half back, we have Germany for 4th, coming in 2.5 lengths ahead of China, who'll cross the line for 5th place. What an exciting test race here in the women's 8s. We'll see them all race again in the A final on Sunday. Next up, we're moving on to the penultimate race of this morning's session. It's the first of the 2 heats for the men's 8. We've got Australia 1 in lane 1, China in lane 2, Canada in 3, Germany in 4, and the Netherlands in lane 5. Coming up through 600 metres, Australia out in front. They led through the 500 in a time of 1:18.69. Still ticking it over up there at 39 strokes a minute. They're a 1/4 of a length up on Germany as they approach sight of Camilla at halfway.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. And the races just get faster and faster throughout the day. The tailwinds just dropped ever so slightly, actually. The ripples on the water dying down here at the 1,000-metre marker, but these 8s won't care nonetheless. But the fastest moving 8 on the water at the moment is the Australian first boat. We've got a second boat contesting the next heat in just a few moments' time. But Kendall Brodie in the cox's seat is having to turn around and look back at the opposition to see where they are, and currently leading out the crew from Germany, this brand new look Deutschland actor that everyone fears the sound when you hear the Germans are coming to race in the men's 8, but the Aussies making light work through the 1,000. It's almost 3/4 of a length to Australia ahead of Germany that sit in second. It's then Canada again a length back from the German 8, and then the Netherlands ahead of China.
Ja, ein altes Sprichwort im Rudersport besagt, dass man Achterrennen von vorne fährt. Und das haben sich die Australier hier in diesem ersten Achtervorlauf zu Herzen genommen. Sie führen bei der 1000-Meter-Marke, werden aber nun je länger, je mehr stark bedrängt vom Deutschland-Achter. Das große Boot des Deutschen Ruderverbandes. Sie versuchen hier nochmals an das australische, an das führende Boot ranzukommen. Die beiden Boote also in Front. Es wird weiterhin spannend bleiben. Die ersten beiden Boote kommen direkt ins A-Finale.
Well, the Australians are going to be riding high as they move towards 500 metres to go. And this newer, sort of younger German 8, could this be the turning of the tide against what has been quite the run here for Germany, Tim?
Well, it's a tough ask, Camilla, because that 8 from Australia racing in lane 1 is just pulling away every single stroke. They have the highest boat speed of the field and they are really motoring along with, and they'll be at Pete's commentary position at the finish in, I think, less than 1.5 minutes. They're flying towards the finish and they're extending their lead. It's almost a full length ahead of Germany, who are still in contention. But the German Deutschland ACTA, they are really trying to keep into contact with the crew from Canada in third, and the Dutch crew, the crew which was originally selected for the FISU World Championships, in fourth position ahead of China. But the race out in front with Australia looking fabulous as they come towards you, Peter.
Yeah, Australia looks so strong out in the lead here. It's less than half a length in it. Germany trying to claw back some of that margin. They're at 38 strokes a minute here. Matthias Schoenherr in the stroke seat, trying to wind them up. Jonas Wiesen in the coxswain seat. They're a strong-looking German 8 winding into this competition, and they're certainly in touch. It's the first two to go through, so the danger zone currently with Canada.
Ja, in Posen haben wir einen Sieg des Deutschlandachters gesehen. Nun ist der Deutschlandachter allerdings hinter den Silbermedaillengewinnern von Posen zurück. Australien führt hier auf den letzten Meter im ersten Vorlauf des Männerachters. Dahinter Deutschland, welche nun noch versuchen heranzufahren, aber das wird nicht mehr reichen. Also Australien, Deutschland gehen direkt ins A-Finale. Die anderen Boote sehen wir im Hoffnungslauf morgen.
Australia looking good for the win. They've pulled out a little bit further ahead of Germany coming to the last 20 metres. It looks to be half a length across the line. Australia win the first heat of the men's 8. Half a length up on Germany. And then coming in for third place, a length behind them, we have Canada. A canvas up on the Netherlands, who place fourth. And then coming in for fifth place, we have China. So that means Canada, the Netherlands and China will go through to the repechage. Well, folks, it's time for the last race of this morning's session. It's already gone 1 o'clock. It's nearly time for lunch. It's the second heat of the men's 8. We've got Romania 2 in lane 1, Italy in lane 2, Australia 2 in lane 3 and Great Britain in lane 4.
Wir kommen zum letzten Rennen des Tages, der Vorläufe dieses Vormittags, muss ich sagen. Wir haben Rumänien auf der Bahn 1, Italien auf der Bahn 2, Australien das zweite Boot auf der Bahn 3 und Großbritannien auf der Bahn 4, welche hier um diese beiden A-Finalplätze kämpfen in diesem Vorlauf.
Well, coming up towards 700 metres in, Great Britain were leading through the 500, a second slower than the previous heat, so we'll see how that pans out as they come through halfway and we see the splits. Great Britain out in front there at 37, leading a length up, nearly a length on the Italians, who still have a very high rate of striking, 40, 41 strokes a minute, and then they've got about a length or just under a length back to Australia 2 and Romania 2 level for third and fourth. But they're coming up towards sight of Camilla. Camilla, how's it looking?
I just love watching eights races come down the course, and especially ones where it's competitive to try and get those places into the A final. And I think Britain, despite leading through the 500, would have got quite the fright from this stacked Italian crew. They've absolutely locked and loaded it, full of Olympic medalists. You've got the likes of, Vincenzo Abagnale in the 7th seat, Matteo Castaldo in the 6th seat, Giuseppe Vicino in the 5th seat, Marco Di Constanzo in the 3 seat. and they are keeping touch with Great Britain, but only just. It's a canvas overlap as they go through the 1,000, but Great Britain want to drop the hammer on this one as they attempt to break clear, and they just look so calm. They're at 36 strokes a minute, just floating forwards, leaving Italy and Romania to fight it out for the second spot in the final.
Die Briten führen diesen zweiten Vorlauf relativ solide an. Sie haben ihren Vorsprung nun ausgebaut und führen mit einer Länge sogar etwas mehr Vorsprung vor einem top besetzten italienischen Boot, welche am Start vielleicht noch die etwas schnellere Mannschaft waren. Sie sind aber weiterhin bedrängt von den Rumänen. Das zweite Boot der Rumänen mit hochdekorierten Ruderern, Silbermedaillengewinner im Vierer ohne, im Zweier ohne von den Olympischen Spielen in Tokio aus dem letzten Jahr. Also da könnte eventuell noch was gehen auf dem letzten Streckendrittel.
Well, Great Britain making it look like a walk in the park down at 36, leaving the battle of the high ratings up at 41 between Italy and Romania, Tim.
Yeah, no surprise there that the highest rates come from the Italian and Romanian crews in this last heat of the men's 8. But Great Britain still out in front. I think they have so much left in the bag. It looks very powerful, long, massive strokes coming there from the GB8 as they cherish a lead of over a length ahead of Italy at the moment, who are really trying to fend off the fast Romanian crew, who are up at both at 41 strokes a minute. So that's going to be a fantastic final for Pete to call all the way down the line. GB will take that one spot into the A final, no doubt. But who's going to get that last spot straight to the A final? That's going to be between Italy and Romania.
Yeah, good question, Tim. GB looking great. They've held 36 all the way down the course compared to Italy and Romania, who have now ratcheted up a little bit more. They've gone to 42. Romania go to 43. The boat pace not coming with it yet, though, because GB are still pulling away from this field. It's a great race for Great Britain thus far. They're out in front. Romania go to 45, and now the boat speed's starting to come. They're starting to try and pull a little bit closer towards Great Britain, but I think they're just going to run out of water here.
Die Briten zeigen hier eine fantastische Leistung und setzen damit ein Ausrufezeichen in diesem zweiten Vorlauf im Männerachter. Da hinten aber einen Kampf um den zweiten Platz, den zweiten finalberechtigten Platz. Und es sieht so aus, dass die Rumänen sich nun endlich freikämpfen konnten gegenüber den Italienern, welche nun etwas rausgenommen haben und ihr locker gegen das Ziel rudern.
Well, Great Britain crossed the line, taking the win in this second heat for the men's 8. That sees them progress through to the A final to be joined by Romania, who crossed convincingly second, nearly 2 lengths up on Italy for third, and then half a length back to the Australian boat, who just crossed the line in 4th place. So an exciting conclusion to that second heat of the men's 8s, won by Great Britain, who'll progress through to the A final, joined by Romania. The rest to the repechage. Well, folks, what an amazing morning of racing we've had so far. 47 races so far today, and we've got more to come this afternoon. That's the heat done. So this afternoon, we've got repechages and quarterfinals to look forward to from 3 o'clock today, running until the last race of the day at 4:40. And, of course, we've got the athlete lane selection, where these athletes are going to get to choose, based on their performance in the heats, which lane they'd like to race in their next round of competition, be it a repechage or a quarterfinal this afternoon. So they'll be making those selections 45 minutes before their race. Now, we've got just under 2 hours before we get underway again at 3 o'clock. So thanks for joining us here if you're tuning in live at home. And to those around the venue, got time for some lunch now before we join you back live here at the side of the Rotsee, the Lake of the Gods in Lucerne, for the first race of this afternoon at 3 o'clock.
Ja, die ersten Rennen sind vorbei des diesjährigen Weltcups hier in Luzern und die ersten Plätze für die A-Finals und Halbfinals sind vergeben. Es gab ein paar sehr schöne Rennen auch für die Schweizerinnen und Schweizer, welche hier angetreten sind. Beispielsweise Jannik Mehlin, welche mit ihrem Sieg im Vorlauf ein Ausrufezeichen setzen konnte und hier natürlich jetzt als eine Anwärterin für diesen Sieg hier gilt. Aber auch der Leichtgewichtsdoppelzweier Struzina Aumada konnte sich direkt für das Halbfinale qualifizieren. Also eine relativ gute Schweizer Bilanz im angesichts der vielen Ausfällen, die das Schweizer Team zu beklagen hatte. Um 15 Uhr wird es dann weitergehen mit den Hoffnungsläufen, ebenfalls wieder mit einigen Schweizerinnen und Schweizern am Start.